Recording in progress.
secondary microphone?
It's just, I'm just using it, and we got one of the cameras here, so I'll just keep picking up your sound. But it's a setting in here, I think. Correct.
I mean, with everybody right now,
But I don't think it's coming through loud. No sound. We should be able to hear something here.
well, yeah,
I should have heard
you
you.
can hear everybody talking.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's not coming through right now. So,
I mean, that's not hooked up to that system.
No, I wasn't gonna touch
the
it.
microphone's on here.
Yeah, so
I'm
okay.
picking up your sound,
Yeah.
but it's not coming through on the Zoom.
Yeah, so it's just a something.
Something on the Zoom, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
We need to share
I'm
sound.
just wondering, because if you can put the phone up by him,
No, it's a problem with Zoom. I don't, it's a setting in Zoom.
okay, so even that's not going to work.
Correct. Yeah.
perhaps people who are out in the lobby want to join us in here. I don't know. It's up to you. Why do I keep cutting off? I do not know. Okay. Anyway, hello and welcome. My name is Maria Hart, and I am one of the members of the planning group for this inaugural summit. And I am a Sierra Club volunteer. Sierra Club Degrowth team is the sponsor of this gathering. At this time, I am pleased to welcome Dr. Joseph Tainter, henceforth Joe, to our gathering. Joe is an archaeologist and anthropologist, recently retired from a professorship at Utah State University, and the author of many articles and books. I'm not sure how I first stumbled upon Joe's seminal work, The Collapse of Complex Societies, but it was revelatory, and I recommend it to all of you. It's not that long. Joe has also done work on peak oil, patents and innovation, and a fascinating look into the organization of ant colonies, among many other topics. Because he will be addressing some of his new thinking on solutions to complexity, I will give you a very short, and I hope, not inaccurate summary of the thesis of the collapse of complex societies. Human and non-human societies develop complexity as a means of solving problems. But complex societies require an energy subsidy, as many of their specialized social and economic roles do not yield direct advantages in resources or energy. In other words, solving problems requires expending energy. As Joe wrote elsewhere, energy has always been the basis of cultural complexity, and it always will be. And importantly, as new problems arise, often driven by the search for resources, complexity builds on complexity. To quote, after a certain point, increased investments in complexity fail to yield proportionately increasing returns. Marginal returns decline, and marginal costs rise. Complexity as a strategy becomes increasingly costly and yields decreasing marginal benefits. And a society experiencing declining marginal returns is investing ever more heavily in a strategy that is yielding proportionately less. Excess productive capacity will at some point be used up and accumulated surpluses allocated to current operating needs. There is then little or no surplus with which to counter major adversities. Even if the stress was successfully met, the society is weakened in the process and made even more vulnerable to the next crisis. Complex societies like the Roman Empire, this is me now, this is not Joe anymore. Complex societies like the Roman Empire were vulnerable to being toppled by simpler groups, for example, the Huns, and this collapse may, in fact, have made things better for the subjugated provinces. A question before us now, which perhaps has no great answer, is what collapse would mean in an intertwined global system. I'm not sure that Joe is going to answer that question, but it's one that occurs to me frequently. Anyway, at this point, I would like you to welcome Joe Tainter to speak on coping with complexity.
Did I say the right things?
You did very well.
Oh,
Thank you.
I was so worried.
You did well. And thank you, Maria, and thanks to all of the organizers for the invitation to be here. My voice carries pretty well.
Yeah, you still want to okay, why don't you speak in sort of the way you would normally speak, and then we can see. Can people hear in the back? Okay, here we go.
Anyway, it is a pleasure to
Okay, good.
okay, we had dinner last night with a smaller group of you. I have to say it is a pleasure to be among such a group of intelligent and sensitive people. It's, I talk to a lot of different kinds of audiences, but I have to say I'm really impressed with this group, and I'm enjoying meeting with you. start out with mentioning a couple of things before I actually get into the talk.
I'm gonna really ask you to eat the mic, sorry. Some people are having a hard time hearing.
Okay, I'll try to speak up. That's great. Okay, I see a thumbs up back there. Good enough. So, glad I ate her sign. I'm not going to get killed. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. What I'm going to talk about today is entirely new material. This came as a kind of a brainstorm one morning over breakfast 2 summers ago, and it is now being published for the first time in a chapter in a fairly academic book in England that you'll probably never hear about, but this is the first time I've given this to an audience. So I'm really interested to know how you react to it. I'm going to throw a lot of material at you. If you come away with 1 or 2 points that are meaningful to you, that's good. I'll be happy with that. But I'm very happy to hear what your reaction to this is. I will mention one technical thing. I used to travel with a heavy laptop, and I decided I want something lightweight to travel with. So I bought this computer last Wednesday for a delightfully low price. I went to put a 2010 version of Microsoft Office into it, and Microsoft proceeded to scold me about that. I think I got past the scolding, and I think this is going to work, but if there's any problem, we may have to switch to someone else's computer. Okay. Okay, so here we are. This is the Sierra Club. Why am I talking about complexity? Shouldn't I be talking about the beauty of nature or maybe environmental problems? In fact, I am addressing both of those things, but indirectly, and I'll rely on you to make the connection. A couple of things I thought to mention while I am on this slide. I recently retired from teaching at Utah State University. I was in the Department of Environment and Society. For several years, I taught our introductory theory class for incoming graduate students, and I would always ask a couple of questions. One of the questions I would ask is, do species have a right to exist? I would ask that year after year after year, and very few students would attempt to give me an answer. It was clear that the question just never occurred to them. The reason for asking it is, of course, then it leads into the concept of charismatic species, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. The other point, which is more in the political realm, is that there's a lot of controversy over public lands, particularly federal lands, especially in the West. I mean, it's nationwide, but especially in the West, there's a lot of public lands. I started asking a question a few years ago. There's a national monument in southern Utah. If you pay attention to national news, you've probably heard about it. Bears Ears National Monument. One administration expanded it, the next administration contracted it, and they want to expand it again and contract it again. And when those kinds of controversies come up, those who are opposed to constraints on using public lands always cry, federal land grab. That's the favorite criticism, federal land grab. That's supposed to get you angry because the federal government is imposing itself on you. So I started asking students, where did the public lands come from? And I was shocked that that none of the students knew. None of my students knew where the public lands came from. And so I started asking this in every one of my classes. Now maybe this is just, I learned where the public lands came from in American history in high school. Is that no longer taught, or maybe it's just Utah? It's a conservative state. Anyway, so I would always explain to people where the public lands came from. Because should Bears Ears National Monument be expanded or opened up to commercial use? Reasonable people, I think, can disagree on that. But yelling federal land grab to me is a lie, because it's always been public land. This is what I explain to students. So I was shocked that that this was no longer being taught in American history classes, at least in Utah, and so that was one of the things I wanted to lead off with. So, okay, complexity. So I'm an archaeologist by background, and the original problem I set to work on was, why did ancient societies sometimes collapse? There are about 24 well-documented cases that we know about. You're familiar with some of them, the Roman Empire, for example, classic Maya, and so forth. And there are probably a lot of them that have never been documented because they happened before people kept written records. So, of course, we all want to know, why did they collapse? Well, in the literature, I went through the literature. I came across 43 different explanations grouped into 8 themes. I'll just read these quickly. Climate change, a bolt from the blue. Well, I wasn't happy with that. So I asked, is that the best we can come up with? Well, so let's ask, what is a collapse? Most of the literature that I read, the people don't specify what is a collapse. They don't define it. That's the first problem. Well, I define a collapse as the rapid simplification of a society. In other words, it's the rapid loss of an established level of social, political, and or economic complexity. So the critical factor is complexity, and hence the title of this talk. So why societies lose complexity, that is the converse of why they grow in complexity. Complexity is the core issue. Our species has been traced back at least 300,000 years, and in that time we evolved culturally from small hunting gathering bands to the complex societies of today, and we tend to think, well, this is wonderful. You know, we clawed our way up from the bottom. Well, as an anthropologist, I would call this an ancestor myth. We refer to our most complex societies of today by the term civilization. I don't like the term, but I do use it because everyone understands it. And the common belief, the ancestor myth, is that we clawed our way up from barbarism to civilization through human ingenuity and hard work. I don't want to downplay those. They're very critical, they're very important, but they weren't all there was to the evolution of the kind of society we live in today. So, complexities and basics about complexity. There are 2 dimensions to any system. The structure of the system, which means the parts, what are the elements that it consists of, and organization, which is the rules and customs and everything that make the parts work together as a system. Structure and organization. Now, getting into some elementary physics, which is not my field, I'm a social scientist, but we need to talk about it a little bit. Systems break down, revert to, in other words, entropy, disorganization, unless they're kept in some state of complexity. It takes energy to maintain any system in some level of complexity. Without energy, systems revert to entropy. This is all systems, molecules, planets, the cosmos, and us, human species. Without continual inputs of energy, the system breaks down. Okay, what does this mean for us? Any complex system needs continual inputs of energy, otherwise it disintegrates. For a society to grow in complexity, it needs more and more energy. In the past, for a society to grow in complexity, it meant people had to work harder. The human cost of supporting past societies meant that there were always strong incentives against growing complexity. Now, this is an important point in my field, understanding human history and prehistory. But it's important here also because it leads to the question, why did we ever grow so complex if it meant people in the past had to work harder? Why did we grow complex? And the answer I developed and have worked on ever since is that societies grow in complexity because complexity solves problems. Confronted with a problem, we try to address it by developing new technologies, segmenting a society into more parts, developing more institutions, new rules, new ways of behaving, and so forth and so on. Each of these imposes costs, and the costs somehow have to be paid. Now let me back up to that one. We're largely unaware of this today because to us complexity seems to be free. We pay for it with fossil fuels. In the past, people didn't have fossil fuels and they paid for complexity by working harder. That's why the question of why society ever grew more complex is so significant, at least in my academic field. So a couple of quick examples. How we responded to the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001. We developed new institutions, Department of Homeland Security, for example, and imposed restrictions on behaviors that are thought to be potentially threatening. We all experience this when we go through security at the airport. It's an aspect of complexity. Problems of climate change and petroleum depletion, we developed automobiles that have two means of propulsion where previously one was enough. Hybrid cars. Used to be that just a petrol engine was plenty. These are examples of how complexity grows to solve problems. Okay, so why don't we know this? As I mentioned, we're mostly unaware of the cost of complexity. Today, we think of the complexity is free because we pay for it through fossil fuels rather than with labor as our ancestors did. But we do pay for complexity, make no mistake about that. We pay for it at the gas pump and in electric bills. We pay for it when we pay taxes. We don't realize that we're paying for complexity, not just gas and electricity. And one of the aspects of why that complexity grows is, the way I like to put it is that complexity is seductive. It's easy, you can ease into it. Complexity grows by small steps, each of which seems reasonable at the time, each of which seems affordable at the time, each of which seems necessary at the time, and each of which is a solution to, or we think will be a solution to the problem. Complexity is seductive. It's easy to make these small incremental steps, and that's how complexity grows. So what's wrong about complexity? Nothing, as long as we can afford it, as long as we can pay the cost. Complexity is a benefit-cost calculation. It solves problems, but at a cost. As an economic function, and this is the approach I took to understanding why ancient societies collapsed, complexity can reach diminishing returns. We invest more and more in complex solutions to problems, but in time the payoffs become smaller and smaller. And the problem I saw in ancient societies is that they became vulnerable to collapse when they were economically weakened by a prolonged period of diminishing returns to complexity in problem solving. Now, I would like to go through a case study with you, but this talk's already too long. So I wish I could. Okay. I talk to a lot of audiences, and I understand that we all intuitively understand complexity because we experience it in our lives. Although we may not be able to explain it or really articulate what it is. And so I'm often asked, how can societies, people organized into societies, understand complexity and cope with it? And for a long time, I gave one answer to that, which I'll come to in just a second. I was never really, the answer is correct. The answer I gave is correct, and I'll give it in a second. But I was never completely satisfied with it because it didn't give any guidance, and it seemed like I should be saying more on the topic. And then as I was saying, one morning I had a breakthrough. It's just the strangest thing is every once in a while I have brainstorms over breakfast. I don't know why, but I had a brainstorm one morning over breakfast. Put down my coffee and my breakfast, ran upstairs to my office and started writing down notes on it, and you'll see what came out of it. I came up with 11 approaches to complexity. I'm actually not going to read over these because I'm going to go over every one of them, most of them fairly quickly, one or two in more detail, and as I say, this is the part where I'm hoping you will see something that resonates with your own lives or with the problems you perceive in the world we live in. So the first one, the answer I always gave is be aware. Understand how complexity comes about. For nearly any problem, and complexity is not necessarily a problem, the first step is understanding. Complexity is most insidious when people are unaware of what causes it. It's important to understand that unsustainable complexity may emerge over periods stretching from years to millennia. History is not the favorite topic of students in this, at least in our country, but I like to say that sustainability is a historical science because unsustainability comes about over periods that can stretch from generations to centuries. And so as I say, sustainability has to be a historical science. The biggest problems comes from cumulative costs, complexity building up complexity. Okay, be aware. Second one is take small steps. This idea comes from a famous book by James Scott titled Seeing Like a State. I highly recommend it. Scott recommends prefer interventions that can be undone, plan on surprises. Aldo Leopold comes in here. You all know Aldo Leopold or know of him. He wrote the first role of intelligent tinkering is to keep all the parts. You may not be, an interesting factoid that I came across years ago that maybe you're not aware of is that Aldo Leopold was the mayor of Albuquerque. Anyway, Aldo Leopold. And then there is Brooks' Law, which applies in programming, and that Brooks' Law is adding more programmers to a late project makes it later. This is diminishing returns. And then Maria gave me an example yesterday that I thought I could throw in here, and that's, in terms of taking small steps, she wrote about the issue of right to repair. Being able, having technology that you can repair yourself at home, don't have to take it to a shop. That's a small step. If you can enact that, I guess it's being taken to the Minnesota legislature, I don't know, but if you could enact a right to repair, that's a small step, it's a good step. Okay. All right, practice full cost of accounting. This is an important one. I used to teach a sustainability seminar. There's a small group of students. I would try to get them to talk about things. A couple of examples. I would go into the men's room at the university and I would find some thoughtful person before me had turned off the light. Now, if you want to save energy, is that the right thing or wrong thing to do? And students would just be baffled. They didn't have the answer to it. Another one that has been studied is, do you let your engine idle at a stoplight or do you turn it off? That one's been studied, but not completely. Okay, these are more complicated than it's usually realized. The best study I've come across was by a couple of colleagues, Charles Hall and I don't remember Prieto's first name, but it's on photovoltaics in Spain. And there's an exercise in full cost accounting. They concluded that including all of the costs yielded an energy return on investment of 3 to 1. That's not great. That's not that much of an improvement. but you have to do the full cost accounting to realize whether it's worthwhile. Other areas do show improvements. One example I came across recently is Henry Ford's philosophy of manufacturing was single-use machines. Today, there's multifunctional manufacturing machines. Don't ask me details, I'm a social scientist, but apparently these increase efficiency. Practice full cost accounting. Okay, here's a really common one. Get someone else to pay the cost. Find subsidies to pay the cost. This is great. We don't pay the cost ourselves. Something or someone else pays for our lives. But wait, isn't that what we do with fossil fuels? Yeah, that's right. That's what we do with fossil fuels. We live on the subsidies of past eons of solar energy. And there are a lot of other examples. Okay. Shift or defer the cost. Another really good one. And this is commonly how we do pay for complexity. Examples, budget deficits, currency devaluations, externalizing costs. So what we do is we shift the cost to future generations. And they can't complain, they can't protest. They just have to pay the cost when it comes due. Shift or defer costs. It is a strategy, just one of the strategies for coping with complexity. Okay, connect the costs and benefits. And this starts from, actually all of these derive from the first step, be aware, but this one in particular clearly comes from point one, be aware. Here's an example. In a human hierarchy, a social hierarchy, a political hierarchy, the benefits of complexity tend to accrue at the top, but the costs are paid by people at the bottom. If you worked in a hierarchical institution where you were someone at the bottom, probably all of us have experienced that, at least when we started out, but you know this, and you intuitively know that. The costs are paid by workers at the bottom. And so this makes the cost of complexity invisible to the decision makers at the top. And here's a clear example for members of the Sierra Club that I think you will understand, is that environmental costs are not an externality. I often have disagreements with my colleagues in economics, although a lot of my own research has an economic basis. But you know, environmental costs as an externality is something that makes costs and benefits hard to connect to concept. I hope you've come across this concept, because it's important in the environmental movement. Anyway, connect them. Okay, this is one I'm going to talk about in some depth. Don't rely on innovation. You may be shocked to hear me say that. I'll start with what our biases are as members of a complex, entrepreneurial, highly complex society. We live in a period of institutionalized innovation. Because of that, we assume unconsciously that high-frequency innovation is normal. It's not. It's not normal, not in human history. And we've developed ideologies to legitimize our current way of life, exemplified in terms like progress, opportunity, entrepreneurship. These are the terms that we use to legitimize how we live. But keep in mind that this is a bias that is peculiar to our lives because we all grew up in a context of institutionalized, of high-frequency innovation. This is not characteristic of the human past. Now, I'll come back to that in a second. Let's contrast now a couple of concepts of the future, which are from a couple of old studies, but the quotations are still pertinent. No society can escape the general limits of its resources, but no innovative society need accept Malthusian diminishing returns. I assume you are all familiar with who Thomas Malthus was. Okay. By allocation, okay, good, okay. Do I need to back up over any of this? Because this is important stuff. Okay. By allocation of resources to research and development, we may deny the Malthusian hypothesis and prevent the conclusion of the doomsday models. The doomsday models being what was discussed in the Limits to Growth study, which came out in 1972. This is in response to that, or this particular one is. Okay, so the key to the future is research and development. And this is our ideology, this is our belief system in our society, in modern Western societies. Alternatively, I mean, the alternative point of view is from Jared Diamond's book Collapse, that I assume a lot of you are familiar with. He wrote that a modern societal collapse would be triggered ultimately by scarcity of environmental resources. All right. Going back to innovation in human history. Human ancestors have been traced at least 4 million years, and in these 4 million years there have been periods of hundreds of thousands of years of little technological change. Hundreds of thousands of years of little change. Our own species, actually I should have changed this slide because the correct number is actually 300,000 years for Homo sapiens, and in our history of the last 300,000 years there have been periods of tens of thousands of years of little technological change. Okay, more recent history, there have been periods of hundreds to thousands of years with little technological change in many areas of life. Now, when we study history, we learn about the Greeks and how innovative they were and all the things they invented. Ancient people actually did not invent a lot of things. They did invent some fundamental things, the wheel, fire, those are some good examples. Geometry, whatever. I mean, they did invent some fundamental things, but they were not societies of high frequency innovation. That's recent. That's us. Okay. Okay, so high frequency innovation is not an innate characteristic of human societies, and such an unusual characteristic can exist only in specific historical circumstances. So what are those circumstances today? First is inexpensive energy, which permits high complexity and discretionary consumption. Second is profit seeking on the part of firms, entrepreneurship. And the third is competition among firms forcing continual innovation, continual investment in innovation. This is why you can get online or walk into a store that carries information technology, and there are always new widgets to buy because competition forces them into it. Okay. There's a perspective called technological optimism. It also pertains among a branch of economics, although I know economists who deny it, who think it's a caricature. It's not a caricature. A lot of them actually believe this. It's summarized by what's called the principle of infinite substitutability. The principle believes that resources are never scarce. They're just priced wrong. So as resources might become scarce and rise in price, the market signals that there are rewards to innovation. And so new resources or technologies will emerge. Because of this, these people believe that sustainability is not an issue. To technological optimists, it's not an issue. This is fundamental. This is a view that I suspect is probably contrary to the view most of you hold about whether resources ever do become scarce. Let's see. Okay, so the fundamental question of sustainability to me becomes, will we always be able to offset resource depletion by innovation and increasing technological efficiency? And I do have to say, in all intellectual honesty, that up until this point, the technological optimists have mostly been correct. Here we are, we live pretty good lives. Most of us can afford to get by day to day. Probably most of us own a laptop, a cell phone, we all have nice clothes. People in the past owned like one pair of clothes, which they wore all the time. We live pretty well today. I have to say the technological optimists have been mostly correct until now. Will they always be correct? Let me see what's on the next. Okay, no, I'll come to that one next. This is something that grew out of my study of collapse, which I did in the 1980s. I investigated in that study why does complexity grow? What does it mean when complexity grows in a society? And I came across this literature on technological optimism, economics, and it seemed to me that the people who believe in this were making an assumption that they weren't aware they were making. A lot of my research has come about because I see people making assumptions that they don't know they're making. Okay, these people were making an assumption. The assumption was that the productivity of innovation will continue into the future as it has been in the past. If that's not the case, the whole matter is open for discussion. They assume that the productivity of innovation will continue into the future as it has up until now. This caused me I raised this topic in the collapse book, which was published in 1988. For a long time, I didn't know how to go about addressing it, but I always had the question. 2005, I went to spend a couple of years at Arizona State University, where I met a couple of a geographer and an economist, Deborah Strumsky, Jose Lobo, who actually had a database that would allow us to investigate this question. I didn't know how to investigate it empirically before. So, we understand the evolution of innovation. The evolution of innovation is a story of increasing complexity, like most other things in recent human history. In innovation, science, research has evolved from lone wolf geniuses, think Charles Darwin, Gregor Mendel, to complex interdisciplinary teams that we have today. This was, 15 years ago I did an image search on Google on the term research team and turned up 61,000 images. Probably twice that many now. I began my career, the professional part of my career in the 1970s, and in those days you could pick up a journal like Science or Nature, and usually there'd be one author per paper, maybe two, sometimes three, but usually a single author per paper. You pick up any of those journals now, and there's 3, 4, 6, 8 or more authors per paper. It's an index of growing complexity in the research enterprise. In my position at Utah State, I was often on search committees for new faculty members, and I noticed that the resumes that would come in, people would list their publications, and there were always multiple authors, and the applicant's name would be somewhere in this list of multiple authors, and that became the new normal. All right. Okay. Now, I'll get to that in a second. It's not a very picturesque chart, but it's an important one. So, Deborah Strumsky is an extraordinary human being. Dr. Deborah Strumsky, she's a geographer. She's an extraordinary person. She and Jose had a database of patents from the United States Patent Office. Now, United States patents, half of them are given to entities outside the United States, so the patent system monitors global innovation. It's a monitor of worldwide innovation. And so I teamed up with them to do a study of this. I think it's the second most important thing I've done in my career after the collapse study. So how do we measure productivity of innovation with the database? And Deborah, I want to tell you about Deborah. She's really extraordinary. Deborah sits down in a Starbucks in the evening with her laptop and searches through a database of 3 million patents. That's our database. I mean, you may have heard the term big data. This is big data. 3 million patents. Here I am, knocking things out of skew. 3 million patents. Okay. And see, the data from the patent office don't come in a form we could use. What we needed was patents per patent author. So she would have to go through every iteration of an author's name first name, first name, first initial, last name, and then search the 3 million patents for everything this person has done. Our measure of productivity relies on the concept of complexity. We measure productivity and complexity as patents per author. As the research enterprise grows more complex, it brings in more and more different scientific fields, which means that the number of authors per paper or per patent goes up, just as the number of authors per scientific paper has gone up. And so this is what we came up with, is this overall chart. Starting at about, I think, 1974 or something, and the last time we ran this was, I think, 2012. And over that period, by our measure, the productivity of innovation has declined by over 20%. And there's no reason to think the trend will change. The solid line there shows, I think, which one is it? Average team size. You can see the size of research teams gets bigger and bigger, and the converse is patents per author in the dashed line, which goes down and down and down. The productivity of innovation is in fact declining. Now this, it's come to a shock to my colleagues in economics, and it's important. Okay, there's a whole series of charts here that I won't go into in detail, but we broke it down into individual areas of innovation, and basically we see the same pattern in almost every area. I mean, these are just a few of them: metalworking, surgery, optics, agriculture. Here's more drugs, chemicals, chemical physical processes, chemicals again. Okay, here's one going up. Which one is that? Chemicals and crystals. That one went up for some reason. I'm not sure why, but you can see it's starting to come down again. This one's important. This one is energy, which is a topic I've worked on. The productivity of innovation in the energy sector is declining. Now, an exception to that is this line here that went up and then starts to come down again. That's solar energy. So maybe that's encouraging, but I suspect it's because of changes in the tax code. I think that's why it went up for a while. But there are improvements, a lot of improvements in solar energy generation. I don't want to downplay that. Okay, here's more. This is information technology. You know, my friends in the computer business, they don't like this one. But there it is. The productivity of innovation in information technology is declining. Okay, what does this mean? We have plucked much of what we might call the low-lying fruit in the area of knowledge production. Fundamental discoveries like electricity and penicillin are no longer out there waiting for us to discover them. We've discovered them. We discovered the fundamentals. Okay? So as the research problems grow complex, they grow increasingly intractable, and so the complexity of the research enterprise has to increase, leading to diminishing returns on research investments. Now, we have the impression of continued progress in innovation because the scale of the enterprise has grown so much larger, and is proposed to grow larger still. Okay, here's an example I like on diminishing returns to innovation. This one actually goes back to 2011. If you want to understand, if you want to study the evolution of complexity, there is no better subject matter than the modern military. So I studied complexity in the modern military. Here's one from Robert Gates way back in 2011. He said, since 9/11, you know, that horrible event in 2001, a near doubling of the Pentagon's modernization accounts more than $700 billion over 10 years in new spending on procurement, research, and development has resulted in relatively modest gains in actual military capability. More and more money is consumed by fewer and fewer platforms that take longer and longer to build. Here's a little chart that illustrates that. In the 1950s and 1960s, we produced 740 of the B-2 strategic bomber. That was our main bomber. That was the one we were going to use to rain down nuclear weapons on Moscow. And a lot of them are still flying. They're expected to be flying at least into, some of them are still flying into the next decade. We developed the first stealth bomber in the 1980s, the B-1, but we only produced 100 of them. The B-2, which is the current stealth bomber, we produced a dozen of them. They're very capable, and these are incredibly capable weapons platforms, but they're so expensive we can't make that many of them, and they require such complex maintenance that they can only fly them out of US bases. So they fly halfway around the world, drop bombs on Iran, fly halfway back. They're very, very capable machines, but this illustrates the evolution of complexity and diminishing returns to complexity. Now, I gave a talk on this in a Secretary of Defense workshop once, and this is back in 2011, I think it was, when this quotation came out, and I was told a couple of years ago that when people discuss new weapons deployment in the Pentagon, I don't think this is common, but I was told every once in a while someone asks, what would Tainter say? Okay, so I mean, I did have some impact on this, but there was a fellow who works in weapons development, and he pointed out some very important things. In World War II, we couldn't hit anything by bombing. That's why we bombed cities. We couldn't hit any targets. We came to the Vietnam War, and we would try to take out a bridge, and we couldn't hit it. It would take 3 tries to take out a bridge. Today, there's a lot of young people in the audience, but if you were old enough to have been around during the Gulf War in 1991, you remember a video where we bombed the Iraqi military headquarters in Baghdad, where the bomb goes down an elevator shafts and explodes on the ground floor. So, these weapons work. They're incredible. But you can't make that many of them. Okay, and anyway, I don't want to get into lectures on military weapons platforms. This illustrates the point I'm trying to make. Okay, so other examples. So when I point this out, someone who's one of the technological optimists always says, yeah, but what about Moore's Law? I hope some of you know about Moore's Law, older people in the audience at any rate. Moore's Law postulates that the number of transistors on a chip, it's not a law, it's an extrapolation, doubles every 18 months at half the cost. And it's true. That's why we have cell phones and laptops and computers in your cars and everything else. That's great. We've reached nirvana, some people think, except it now takes 15 times as many engineers to continue Moore's Law as it did in the 1970s. Okay, go on to cell phones, wonderful gadgets, they get better every year. I'm told I had one that I bought in 2011, I finally upgraded it last year and was just baffled I have to make the new one work. The salesman said, oh no, people upgrade every 2 years. All right, I am really impressed with the gadget. But early cell phones in the 1980s required about 30 elements from the periodic table. Today's smartphones require 60 to 70 mineral-derived elements. When I saw that, I thought, oh, we're going to run out of elements. What do we do then? Anyway, contemporary examples. All right. A couple of quick quotations from people who have recognized the trend but didn't have the data to study it as my colleagues and I did. Nicholas Rusher, a philosopher who wrote way back in 1980, in science we are involved in a technological arms race. With every victory over nature, the difficulties of achieving the breakthroughs that lie ahead is increased. Before that, a historian of science, Derek de Sola Price, wrote in 1963, it is clear that science cannot go up another 2 orders of magnitude, meaning expand in size of personnel, as it has climbed the last 5. Scientific doomsday is therefore less than a century away. He wrote that in 1963. Scientific doomsday. All right, so to me, this is what I think is the fundamental question of sustainability. Are the technological optimists correct? Can we always innovate to overcome the resource depletion and other problems? Or is our system of innovation vulnerable to its own decline, mirroring the decline of the factors that make it possible? Can we sustain our way of life if our system of innovation declines? Now, don't misunderstand what I'm saying here. I'm not predicting that innovation is going away. I do think I'm a historian, I think long term. I do think by the end of this century, our system of innovation is going to be very different. Expensive, unproductive lines of research are going to be discontinued. Now, appropriating bodies, Congress and state legislatures, they do this all the time. they discontinue lines of investment that are just becoming too expensive and not paying off, including lines of research. They do this all the time. A famous example I remember is one from the 1990s, something I think it was called the Superconducting Super Collider, which is this enormous, extravagant scientific gadget. Gadget's an inadequate term, that in Texas, Congress spent $1 billion on it and then cut it off. They just cut it off, threw away $1 billion investment. And that's going to happen more and more. I can't give you details, but I keep hearing things about the pharmaceutical industry doing things like this, cutting off research in lines of investment that are just becoming too difficult. Okay, all right, moving on. I mean, that was the main one, the one I will give the most details on. Something called, it's kind of vague, recalibrate or revolutionize the activity. It's hard to give examples of this, but it involves new resources, new types of activity that lower costs combined with positive feedback so the marginal product curve is reset. Now, this is what innovation tries to do. It resets the marginal product curve. And an example is what, I just gave you the example. It's called, it actually has a term, it's called the revolution in military affairs. This incredible new technology we have that can drop, and this was 35 years ago, we all saw this video, it can drop a bomb down an elevator shaft. It's costly, but it does produce better accuracy and return on investment, and it does produce potentially fewer casualties because, I mean, you all seen the videos of us blowing up speedboats in the Caribbean and so forth. But it is possible now not to refrain from doing that. And the Army does have rules, I mean, the military does have rules about trying to minimize civilian casualties. Okay. Don't overlook, this is number 9 of 11, we're getting to the end. Don't overlook subtractive changes. We naturally tend to solve problems by adding new things. This is increasing complexity. And it can make things worse in time. Here's a good example. This came to me recently. Apple in the mid-1990s was a troubled company. Steve Jobs was brought back as CEO, and the first thing he did was he drastically simplified the product line. They had all sorts of products out there. He eliminated 70% of their offerings. The board didn't want to do this initially, but he made them go along with it, and it worked. Apple as a company revived, and it's a very powerful and wealthy company to this day. I have one of the products in my briefcase over there. Here it is, this is my briefcase. Okay. Don't overlook subtractive changes. Take things away. Here's an obvious one, just pay the cost. If the complexity is necessary, accept it and pay the cost. It's a common strategy. Raise prices, raise taxes, very common. This is where I say complexity is seductive. It grows by small steps, each of which seems affordable and an acceptable cost to solve the problem. The drawback is the cumulative cost. Complexity builds on complexity. Okay, come to the end, near the end now. No, don't solve the problem, just live with it. Our worldview, I mean, this is our worldview as Americans and Western industrial societies as a whole, particularly our country. Our worldview is ingenuity and incentives and market forces solve all problems. We want to solve problems. We're problem solvers, by golly. The alternative is to accept or ignore the problem. And as I say, appropriators and managers actually do this all the time. They usually don't advertise it, but they do it. Here's one I have noticed just from, I've been a news of public affairs junkie since I was like 12 years old. And one thing I've noticed all the time is that problems come up and there's debates about them and everyone gets upset about them, and then a little while later they're forgotten and the next problem comes up. Problems actually rarely get solved. The phenomenon is called kicking the can down the road. The problem comes up, we have a debate about it, everyone gets upset, and then nothing gets done. Okay, and of course, journalists and the public have short attention spans, which is why don't solve the problem works. Okay, final remarks. Is there a peak of complexity? I've seen this question, I was asked this when I started working on the collapse study. Is there a point where increases in complexity yield diminishing returns and we can just say, okay, this is good, we're not going to become any more complex? One response to that is how could we identify such a point? And the answer is we can't. We don't know. We don't know if there's such a point. And we couldn't identify it even if, we couldn't act on it even if we could because problems come up. But a couple of final remarks I want to say is that complexity is neither good nor bad, beneficial nor detrimental. It's useful and affordable or it isn't. Now, as I say, I talk to audiences about complexity. People understand it because we all experience it in our lives. And so I want to emphasize that it's not inherently bad. I mean, complexity is kind of a bad term. We consider it annoying, and things that are annoying. It's neither good nor bad. It's useful and affordable or it isn't. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Joe. We have time for about 10 minutes worth of questions. And if you ask them from the audience, speak up loudly, and then I'll repeat it so everyone can hear. Are there any questions? Yes, go ahead, sir. Ma'am.
Is it relatable to opportunity cost?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Opportunity cost?
Opportunity cost. Can you talk about that?
Well, of course, it depends on what opportunity you're talking about. Opportunity costs can be an inhibitor to complexity. People are aware of the costs up front. Are you aware of the costs up front? Have you calculated them? Have you connected costs and benefits? Opportunity cost is an important concept. But you have to talk about it in specific sectors of investment.
Yes.
Yeah, can you talk a little bit about the limitations for looking at patents as a measure of innovation?
Is there a limitation of looking at patents as a measure of innovation?
It's the only and best available measure. It's the only measure that's feasible. The best measure would be if I could go company by company by company, get their investment costs and the return on investment. The companies don't give that out. That's proprietary information. So this is, in fact, really the only, and it's good. It's a good measure because it measures complexity, but it's the only feasible measure.
But is the only innovation that is happening in the world within corporate interest?
No, of course not. Of course not. But this is why I mentioned in the academic sector, the same thing's going on. This has been studied in the academic sector, looking at the phenomenon of authors per paper, which is an indirect measure of complexity. The same thing is going on in non-commercial sectors of innovation, in the one I'm familiar with. It's the academic sector. If you understand why it's evolving, then you understand, of course, this is obvious.
We now have a mic for you to ask your question into. Yay!
Can you talk about how you think about undoing complexity with innovation or undoing innovation with complexity? Like, what does that degrowth look like, which is very complex once we've reached this point of complexity?
Okay, I gave a presentation a number of years ago at an academic conference, the Ecological Society of America, and I argued that you're not going to like this. I argued that societies cannot voluntarily reduce their consumption of resources over the long term. You're not going to like it. And this is degrowth. And I subsequently published one or two things on it. And this goes back to one of the points about connecting costs and benefits. And that's that what degrowth would do is it resets the marginal product curve. I'm sure all of you want to think, oh, we solved the problem, great. We consume fewer resources, we're sustainable, great. Our grandchildren will be fine. No. Do you think this is the end of problems? Complexity grows to solve problems. Do you think problems are going to go away? Of course not. So I say something like degrowth or resetting the marginal product curve. What it does is it resets the time scale. It works for a while, but not forever. I had a chance to have I gave a talk in France once where I was invited to have dinner with a member, a fellow who had been the equivalent of our minister, Secretary of the Interior. And I talked to them about this, a couple of journalists, and I talked to them about this, and you know, we talked about what was effectively degrowth, and I asked, well, how long that would be in effect? And he said, forever. And I think this is the tendency to think that we could achieve degrowth, it would be forever. It's not how history works. I'm sorry. I'm a realist. I'm sorry.
Other questions?
I mean, I'm happy to talk with any of you individually about this, yeah, or answer questions about it.
I'm just wondering if, with the AI boom that we're having now, are we being kind of lulled into a society thinking that AI is our new innovation, it's going to solve all of our problems? You hear that frequently.
I have mixed reactions to AI. I have noticed, and you've probably noticed now, that if I do a search on Google, the first thing that comes up is an AI summation of everything that's on it. Okay, I mean, that's great, it's handy. And I've been impressed with a lot of it, but I mean, you've heard about the problems with AI, potentially reducing employment for young people, like young students who were worried about this. But what bothered me about AI is that the last thing we need is a disincentive for people to think. And that's one thing AI accomplishes, is a disincentive to think. Okay.
Sorry, a mic is coming to you if you raise your hand. Over there.
I forget how many elements we're currently using for the increased complexities, but there's only a finite amount of natural resources, and at current we're using 1.5 Earths.
Yeah.
Then what does it matter?
Oh, no, I understand the problem. I understand it. You know, I am asked, are we going to collapse? My standard answer is every complex society is in danger of collapsing, is vulnerable to collapse. It could happen. I don't predict when, I don't predict, well, I stopped just short of predicting that it will, but in this audience I will say, yeah, there is a very good chance that we will experience a collapse unless degrowth works and could be widely adopted. But I mean, yeah, there is a chance that we could collapse it. And a collapse today would be just horribly catastrophic. I will tell you that what has gotten me worried recently, this is an aspect of complexity, is the globalization phenomenon. We saw when COVID hit how global supply chains were disrupted because of COVID. There's a picture I actually teach a world geography class. I show the students a picture that you've probably seen of a parking lot, an enormous lot of thousands of Ford pickup trucks that are all ready to go to market, except they're missing one computer chip. And I saw that as a warning shot across the bow of globalization. If the globalization system breaks down, wow, I mean, today, if we're so dependent on it, you can bring on a collapse. I'm worried about globalization as much as, well, I benefit from it. I mean, this was made in Thailand. We all benefit from it. But it's something to be concerned about.
Well, I just blurted out, I know, that the water from AI gets so hot and we could just get Lake Superior way past global warming, for AI and the water issues of concern for me, that's it with AI. And
I mean, one of the issues is the electricity consumed by data centers. I read somewhere that it's more than all of the energy consumed in the nation of Iceland.
Yeah, and I just really appreciate your analysis of the military as someone who's looking at war issues with WAM. I might want to talk to you more about that later.
Yeah, I mean, and you can understand it, or I understand, because when you get into an arms race, you can't simply withdraw from an arms race. you know, the other side does something, we have to do the same thing. We do it, the Russians have to do it.
Other questions? There we go.
So I noticed you mentioned things like that are kind of fundamental to American values, like entrepreneurship.
Oh, there you are, okay.
Entrepreneurship, progress, opportunity. You didn't mention growth in your talk. And so I want to know if there are ways to disentangle the idea of just growth in an economic sense and the kind of things that maybe in this kind of summit we're trying to fight against versus the idea of complexity as kind of a fundamental trait of societies at large. So like I'm thinking of just enormous fractions of our GDP being devoted to AI currently, which is basically just the production of trash and enormous corporations just shifting money around as a measure of our country's like economic progress. And how is that actually realistically related to complexity? Or is it just kind of orthogonal or outside of that entirely?
Yeah. This is something I wasn't going to bring up because it complexifies my talk. But I have emphasized that the main way complexity grows is to solve problems. There is a second way that complexity grows. Complexity does grow opportunistically when there are surplus resources to be consumed. Okay, this has rarely happened in human history. There have only been a few times when humans have had surplus resources. We might think of the early stage of the agricultural revolution, early stages of industrialism, where the human species experienced surpluses and complexity grew to consume the resources. You give us resources, we find ways to consume them, okay? So today, your complexity has grown as it is today because of fossil fuels. I hope I'm answering your question. I'm not sure I am, but I want to make this point that and it fools us today into thinking that the complexity responding to availability of resources is normal. It hasn't. It's not normal. Humans in our history, we've already had surplus resources. There's the English philosopher Hobbes who described human life infamously as nasty, rude, brutish, and short. It's a bit of an exaggeration. In fact, if I can talk for another minute.
Absolutely.
I taught a sustainability seminar, and one of the things I've written about when writing about sustainability is that I see sustainability as consisting of 4 questions that no one else has raised. Sustain what? Sustain it for whom? There are winners and losers. Sustain it for how long? And sustain it at what cost? It's not free. But let's go to the first one. Sustain what? What do you want to sustain? People write about sustainability, and that's the most fundamental thing. They don't say what they want to sustain. What do you want to sustain? So I tell students, and this is just my personal view, I describe to students what life would have been like in, let's say, Western Europe, which most of us have ancestry in, let's say, the 18th century. Life expectancy is 40 years. A woman might have 4 to 8 children. She might die in childbirth. 4 to 8 children, of which 2 would live to adulthood. The others would die of childbirth or childhood diseases. Something that we take for granted, like appendicitis, would be, once again, a gruesome way to die. You would probably never travel more than 10 miles from where you were born. You have no knowledge of the outside world. And as I said, you would have a short life expectancy and be vulnerable to diseases that we're able to deal with now. So to me, and some students say, oh, that's great, I'd love to be a farmer. Yeah, that's fun, that's wonderful. But to me, the difference between then and what we have now is what most people would want to sustain. Most people would want to sustain long life expectancy, good health, low rate of infant mortality, the ability to travel, to know about other places. Most people would want to sustain that. Some of you don't, and I understand that, that's fine. And I understand why you don't. But what do you want to sustain? We live pretty well now. A collapse today would be It would be the most horrifying incident in human history. Billions of people would die within a period of a few weeks. It would be horrible. Okay? Think of it, billions of people died in a few weeks.
Well, that was a really cheery end there.
Thanks. I congratulate you because I know you were all trying to avoid that happening. So, I'm really happy to be here with this sensitive, intelligent group. I thank all of you. And happy to talk with you.
I think we have one more question.
One more question, did we?
Are we done?
I think that in order to stay on schedule,
In order to stay on schedule, you will have to ask your question individually to Joe. Let me say 2 things before we clear out the room. Oh, 3 things maybe. Bust your dishes, number 1. Number 2, Joe has been so generous with his time.
Thank you for joining the Minnesota North Star Sierra Club Degrowth Summit. My name is Ivan Eitzel. While we're waiting for Gail to her presentation, I'm going to talk about what degrowth is, provide some video from some great thinkers in this space, and provide some ways to get involved. Terms like degrowth, post-carbon, post-capitalism, the Great Simplification, and the Great Unraveling all have a similar theme. That endless economic growth isn't possible, and that we have to change how we live in order to have a livable planet. Our team at the North Star Degrowth Group chose to use the term degrowth. We advocate for an economic system prioritizing human well-being, community resilience, and ecological health. This is a diagram I created to convey our situation. In 1900, we had lots of cheap resources, and pollution was not a big problem. And this enabled our growth to skyrocket for the last century. But as we've grown, we've depleted our best resources, and the pollution and damage to our environment is creating big problems. We won't necessarily choose to degrow, but the more we're prepared, the better off we'll be. To help understand this issue further, here's some short videos from Dennis Meadows, Nate Higgins, Rob Hopkins, and Dugald Hein to tell a story of where we've been, where we are, and what we may have to look forward to. After they're done, Sean Chamberlain will share information for the courses he offers to dig deeper. I'll also share how the Black Elephant Project can help build community. But first, I want to share a song by Rue Mundy titled Love in the Time of Coral Reefs.
If only I had known you in the time of coral reefs, before we lost the permafrost, when there were bears up there, we could have met, fallen in love, could have got married and had kids if we wanted. It could have been simple for us too, simple for us. Do you think we could have traveled? Could we have managed a mortgage, sent our kids to local schools, and campaigned to change the rules so that we wouldn't pull the ladder up behind us like our parents did to us? Could we have been better, done better, if we'd loved before the sea swallowed the coast, before the wildfires spread our heads, only full of love? I would have loved nations drowned, we'd let them go. 'Cause we were richer, they were poorer, we were better, they were worse off. So we watched them sink without a word, ignored the screams, ignored the Gulf Stream slowing down, ignored the drip of melting ice, the drip, drip, drip of melting ice. Do you remember when we still had time, if not to reverse things, well at least not to cause worse things, and we decided not to. It was easier not to. Remember when we thought that it was windmills on hills that spoiled the landscape? Remember the landscape, remember the land. If only I had known you in the time of coral reefs, before we lost the permafrost, when there were bears up there, were bears up there.
I'm going to be giving you my brief reflections on the Limits to Growth project, which I directed at MIT over a 2-year period, and on the book, whose results are still being discussed today. Of course, you can't read this flow diagram, but it is representing the globe with 5 sectors: population, industry, agriculture, resources, and pollution. We used those equations to generate a set of scenarios. You can't predict the future because people respond to what they hear and act in ways you can't forecast. So we developed a set of 12 scenarios showing different possible futures out to the year 2100. Some of those were quite attractive, as for example this one, showing that if we had implemented fairly drastic changes in policies in 1972, it would have permitted the global population to stabilize with industry, food, pollution, all at acceptable levels, and a relatively low demand on natural resources. Of course, we didn't make those changes globally, and so here we are 50 years later in 2022, just about to begin paying for our past policies. We did enjoy 50 years of growth as a result of those 1972 policies, but as we forecasted, they're beginning to cause problems. There have been various attempts to determine how accurate our initial forecasts were. One of them by Graham Turner at the Commonwealth Scientific Industrial Research Organization in Canberra, Australia, that's Australia's principal science center, concluded that the data he looked at confirms our standard scenario. This one continues to represent the real-world development pretty clearly. His results were published in a magazine, Gaia, in 2012. In 1972, we concluded that present growth policies for material consumption could not continue. Be clear, we weren't talking about the trends, which obviously also can't continue, but even the policies which were producing those trends were unsustainable. We said that if they weren't changed, the most likely overshoot would be a collapse, but that it was still possible to achieve a sustainable society, and as should be obvious anyway, we concluded the sooner humanity pursues that latter option, the greater the chance of success. And of course, the better the scope of options still available. Well, now it's 50 years later, and the points are somewhat different. Now we have to say that present levels of global material consumption can't continue. Of course, the population can't continue either, but people in themselves are not the problem. It's that they are mustering materials and energy through the environment at a rate faster than they can be regenerated or absorbed by the planet. The most likely result now is a sudden decline, but we could achieve a gradual descent still back down to levels that can be sustained. And of course, the sooner we pursue that latter option, the better. Let me summarize this pictorially. In 1972, we said two options, overshoot and collapse or sustainable development, and pointed out what had to be done to achieve the latter. It wasn't done, and now here we are, 2022, more or less at the top of the peak, and with two future options. One is a slow process back down below sustainable levels, and the other is what my colleague Ugo Bardi has termed the Seneca effect, where things fall apart pretty quickly. So now, 50 years later, we have to shift from trying to slow down to trying to get back down. Our analysis only went through the peak of the main growth trends. So we've, by and large, come to the end of the window that we opened up with our computer model. What lies ahead is unknown, but we can say some things about it. You can't predict the future, but you can certainly predict some things that won't happen. And one of those is that our society is not going to continue as it is. So the first priority is to acknowledge the reality of social life cycles. Civilizations go through a cycle of rise and fall. The Phoenicians, the Mongols, the Aztecs, the Romans, the Han dynasty of China have all done this, sometimes over centuries, sometimes over millennia. But the cycle is always the same, and we have to acknowledge that we're no different than those. That means we need to extend the time horizon and the geographic concern of decision makers. In order to shift over, we need to develop positive visions of a society with an aging population and a declining use of materials and energy. And actually, if your group is trying to think about something concrete to do, that would be a place to do it. We've come to think that the only good thing is growth and expansion, and that decline and aging is bad. But in fact, the opposite is probably true. So we need just generally to think about this. I was speaking recently with an economist friend of mine, and I said, we need to go back to energy consumption per capita, maybe half of current levels. And he responded, well, that means going back to the Stone Age. I said, no, it means going back to the way things were when I grew up in Rochester, Minnesota in the 50s. We were using half as much energy per capita then, and it was a very, very pleasant time. And finally, we need to acknowledge the intrinsic value of nature's regenerative processes. Finally, at the end of the day, some centuries from now, all we're going to have is the energy and materials which can be generated by nature and absorbed sustainably. We still have time. We still have some fossil fuels. We still have some spare resources to start making that change. And that will mean implementing and identifying measures for resilience, trying to understand how we're going to come through this period of shocks without losing sight of our basic goals.
We are alive at a time of wonder, peril, and possibility. Ahead are a million unknown destinations, some dark and foreboding, and some welcoming and beautiful. Many of us sense that something is different, something is coming, but we lack a shared understanding of the path that brought us here and of the terrain ahead. Which future we expect depends upon which lens we use to see the road. Modern society is polarized, stressed, and overwhelmed with information, good and bad. As a result, common points of view, our lenses, focus on the road just in front of us. For the view to the future, we defer to culturally accepted guides who are confident they know the way forward. Through the lens of an economist, for example, we see a glorious road leading to growth that never stops. Any scarcity of energy or material inputs will be solved by price signals, creating incentives which increase our productivity and growth. The economic lens shows us that human ingenuity and the market will solve everything. A financial lens translates stock markets at all-time highs as a sign of society's health, portending a rich and virtuous future. With enough financial capital, we'll be able to build roads to anywhere. A technology lens promises a shiny road of comfort, novelty, and prosperity, enabled by future inventions. Innovation, artificial intelligence, and a vibrant metaverse will sidestep any energy or resource constraints. We envision future humans breaking free from the confines of Earth and enjoying high-tech lifestyles where the biggest problem is runaway robots. These lenses are all optimistic but misguided. All these lenses are energy blind. The real paths ahead can only be seen by integrating energy awareness with biology, sociology, physics, and everything science has discovered. We need a systems lens to read the map. A systems lens reveals the holistic story that explains humanity's path. In pursuit of the same emotional experiences of our ancient ancestors, we transform materials and energy into technologies that make our lives more comfortable and fun. We keep score of our progress using money, which has become a psychological stand-in for all the things our ancestors valued. The massive scale of humanity's consumption is evidenced by the excess CO2 being absorbed by Earth's oceans and atmosphere. The emergent result is a metabolic superorganism with oil as its hemoglobin, transporting goods through the arteries and veins of a global supply network. Like a shark needing to swim to get oxygen flowing through its gills, our current economic system has an imperative to grow in order to satisfy prior financial commitments. We can't stop, nor can we slow down, or the system will crash. A systems lens reveals that the road ahead is closed to our current cultural expectations, yet we continue to bear down on the accelerator. Wearing systems lenses removes the blind spots created by any single issue lens. Global economic growth will never meaningfully decouple from energy consumption. It cannot, because the world's GDP, by definition, has always been a proxy for how much energy we burn. If we were to grow the global economy at 3% a year, as most governments and institutions expect, we would use as much energy and materials in the next 30 years as we have in the past 10,000. Stock markets are poor guideposts for prosperity when inflated by government and central bank support. All the cash, stocks, bonds, and pension funds in the world will need energy and materials to be cashed out and turned into real wealth. Creativity and innovation will be central to human futures. But modern technology requires huge amounts of energy to build and to operate. As long as GDP is our goal, Efficiency gains from new technology will serve the superorganism. Transitioning from fossil hydrocarbon to rebuildable energy won't change this dynamic. Ultimately, in addition to using different energy, we'll need to use energy differently. Seeing our future through a systems lens changes everything. We have spent the last century harnessing enormous amounts of fossil energy to build a world of complexity like nothing seen before. In the coming century, humanity will experience a great simplification. There will always be energy on Earth as long as the sun burns. But the amount of surplus energy available to human societies will soon be diminishing. As the extraction of geologically stored energy becomes more difficult, everything we're used to in society will become more costly or less available. We are not planning for this because it's never happened before. The onset of the Great Simplification will be financial and economic turbulence, followed by contraction. When we can no longer grow fast enough to maintain all the increased financial claims, economies will recede to a scale that can again be supported by physical flows without credit. Complex global supply chains, the related high consumption lifestyles, and many of the conveniences and freedoms we take for granted in this era of abundant energy surplus will diminish. The ensuing simplification will be among the most significant events ever experienced by our species. Those who look through a systems lens can serve as early visionaries of a simpler life, with new ways of relating to technology, to consumption, to each other, and to Earth's ecosystems. There are many pathways wending through a great simplification. Some are wise, humane, and even preferable to what we have now. Some are so dark as to be nearly unthinkable. Yet it is precisely thinking about these pathways and actively choosing among them which offers the only realistic hope for a long and meaningful human future. Nature has gifted us with a productive and beautiful home, the ability to understand how we got here, and the creativity to imagine which paths are possible. The future need not be dystopian, but cleverness alone will no longer suffice for the next leg of our journey. We will need imagination, foresight, empathy, and above all, wisdom to navigate the path to the future that is arriving. The Great Simplification.
So I guess what I want to bring is a little bit about the transition movement, and then also a little bit about some of the work I've been doing more recently on imagination, which I noticed was one of the 4 things that Nate mentioned at the end that we need to cultivate. So the transition movement started in 2006 when we were deeply concerned about the climate emergency and about energy issues and energy availability and about economic precariousness and things like that. And our approach at the time was to say, if we act as individuals, it'll be too little. If we wait for the government, it'll be too late. But if we act together with the people around us at a community scale, it might just be enough, and it might just be in time. So we started initially here in my town of Totnes, really as an experiment, just to see whether we could get something moving here in this town. And very quickly it spread and it spread and it spread, and you can now find transition groups in about 50 countries around the world. I think about 26 countries have what we call a national hub, like a national organization supporting the transition movement in that place. And endless stories of extraordinary projects that communities do, which range across a whole spectrum, from really small things like starting a food garden in their street, planting some fruit trees, nut trees in public places, starting a repair cafe, through to more ambitious things like communities becoming their own housing developer, doing straw bale co-housing projects, one town in France, for example, through to really, really ambitious things like in the city of Bath. Bath and West Community Energy, a community-owned renewable energy company, has raised about 15 million euros of investment from local people in order to install renewable energy across the city. And in the city of Liège in Belgium, they started an extraordinary project called the Liège Food Belt, Ceinture Alimentaire Liégeoise, which is reimagining the food system for that city. And in the last few years, they've created 27 new cooperatives. They've raised 5 million euros of investment from local people investing into those cooperatives. It's now recognized by the mayor and the city government as being the model which they are now using to reimagine the food system for the city, and how the hospitals, the schools, the universities procure their food. I met the mayor of Liège. He said, we used to say we wanted to be a smart city. Now we want to be a transition city. This is the future of this place. So it's a model which is really based on an economic idea of saying we need to make sure that we decarbonize this economy, and that we make sure that any money and resources circulate as many times as possible before they leave, in the same way that water circulates in a forest ecosystem. And it's something that here in my town I've been part of since the beginning, and has led to many fantastic new projects happening here. So for me, it's something which is, in the context of what Nate has talked about, it's people starting to move towards that without waiting for anyone's permission. You know, when we started Transition, we were very inspired by a thing called contraction and convergence, which was a model created by Aubrey Mayer, which said the global north is up here and it needs to come down to here, and in the majority world, many people are here, and they need to come to meet at that sort of sustainable place. And we felt, well, actually the big work of our time is, how do we get the global north from here down to here? How do we design a kind of an intentional detox for the affluent West to get us to come down here? And my thinking has always been that actually this place up here, you know, we're standing on top of this mountain with more underneath our feet is more plastic, more debt, more inequality, more anxiety, more plastic than we've ever stood on top of before, more carbon. And the guides who are at our side are saying, we need to get down off here really quickly. You can see the storm clouds that are coming. We need to get down here. And if the move away from this place always feels like we're being dragged away from something irreplaceable, like a child at the end of a birthday party where they've had far too much cake and sweets and don't want to go home, then it's not going to happen. And I wonder whether a better thing, what we try and do in the transition movement, is rather to tell the stories about the lower slopes of this mountain, the valleys down here, and the warm welcome that waits for us there, the warm firesides, the delicious food and wine, the comfortable mattresses, the dry socks that wait for us when we manage to navigate our way down the mountain. And the transition movement for me was always designed to be like the guide who puts their arms around you and says, come on, I'll show you the way down. It's really not that hard. Because actually, to decarbonize a society is really not that hard. I always think, you know, my worry is that as a civilization, our epitaph might be, really, it wasn't that hard. What, you couldn't figure out a way of designing a society, a simpler society, where people lived flourishing lives in cleaner air, better food, stronger communities that used a fraction of the fossil fuels we used in 2022? Really? Was it that hard? Like, what a pathetic way for a civilization to go just because it was unable to imagine anything better. So the transition movement is something which is very active in many places, and I love to see how it kind of evolves and spreads and adapts and where it goes. So there are now places where I go to Belgium and France a lot, and there are lots of places there where the municipality is really leading transition and really excited by transition. I was in Liège, no I wasn't, I was in Marseille recently in the south of France, big city in the south of France. I met the mayor and his team, and they are planning to do something like they're doing in Liège. They're buying land all around the city of Liège to start growing food to supply the city's schools. You know, this is something which is really ambitious and really at scale, and with the full support of that institution. It's a really quite extraordinary thing to see. And I find more and more doors are opening to these ideas. I get invited to speak to chambers of commerce. I get to speak to organizations of CEOs who are all realizing that actually this is no longer a time for a sustainability strategy. This is the time for shit. How do we completely reimagine this organization in the light of the climate emergency? Strategy is absolutely what we need. And what has underpinned a lot of my work over the last couple of years has been imagination, and this realization that we are in a time of imaginative poverty at the very time in history when we profoundly need to reimagine absolutely everything. Our collective imagination, which should be a muscle like this, has become a muscle like this through a combination of a sort of perfect storm of factors that are profoundly damaging to our ability to live imaginative lives. Mariame Kaba, the amazing prison abolitionist, says, "We live in a system that has been locked into a false sense of inevitability." You know, we're stuck in this idea. Margaret Thatcher said there's no alternative. George Bush said the American way of life is non-negotiable. And those words said 40 years ago are still deep in our kind of collective psyche and block so much change from happening.
I feel like we were born into a world which, for some of us at any rate, had been cushioned for generations, been cushioned on oil, it had been cushioned on the ongoing unfinished legacies of colonialism, all of these things which made possible ways of life that were held up as some inevitable, desirable, irreversible trajectory towards cities, towards technology, towards the future that was meant to be filled with promise. And then those promises began to fray. And they were probably already fraying and starting to unravel for a lot of people, even in the world of my childhood. And that experience has reached more and more people. And part of what happens as that unraveling comes along is that the shadow side of that world, the things that were hidden by the shine of its promises, comes into view. And for a long time I went around talking to people about climate change, and that was kind of at the center of the work that I was doing. And I realized that that was partly because that for the people who have been most insulated from the shadow side of that world that held so much promise, climate change is often the place where the shiny surface cracks. It's the place where people's confidence that we can fix everything, that we can keep things on a sort of Hans Rosling and Steven Pinker trajectory unravels, and they find themselves shaken, often shaken to the core. And from there, it becomes possible to enter into a larger set of conversations. And yet, over the years, I've become a little less sure of the way in which climate change can open that door to those larger and deeper conversations, partly because there've been more money and more resources and more mainstream attention on climate change in the last few years. And you might say, well, great, people are finally listening, they're finally taking it seriously. But the risk is that the way of taking it seriously is a doubling down on the logics of the very world that is unraveling, the very set of promises that cannot be kept. And meanwhile, I look back at what happens when those promises start to unravel, and I feel like part of what is revealed is the strange cultural poverty that accompanies the unprecedented material wealth that was at the heart of the promises of that way of living, that story of progress. There have probably never been human beings living with such scarcity of beauty and meaning and skill as has been normal. Or another way of saying it is to say that meaning has a lot to do with consequences, an awareness of relationships, an awareness of what we're entangled with, an awareness of what my actions do to you and to people I will never meet. And part of what that world of progress and development did was to propel us to a point where to try and be genuinely aware of the consequences of our ways of living, the costs of it, is paralyzing. To participate in these late modern societies of consumption almost requires you to dissociate from the consequences and the costs of the ways that you're living, the lives of people you will never meet who are mining the coltan that goes into your phones or working in the factories where those phones are put together. And this was all kind of held in place for a while by the promise that, you know, where we are now, everyone else will be soon. That promise was never true, but it's unraveling further. And that's part of where the scarcity of meaning comes from, because, you know, if we have, in order to participate in these societies and these ways of being human together, had to detach ourselves from the consequences and costs of our ways of living to an extent that was until recently the privilege of mad emperors. You know, those were the only people who got to live with this level of dissociation. But actually, you know, part of where the madness comes from is that when we no longer know, or when we cannot bear to look at the costs and consequences of how we're living, then our lives lack meaning. Because meaning is all to do with consequence. It's all to do with cost. It's often the costliest experiences in life that are the points at which we're thrown beyond the surface, the things that were meant to be the goals in life, into the hardness, into the difficulty, into the place where we discover what matters to us. We discover who matters to us. And, you know, all of that is part of what we were insulated against by this culture of consumption. And this culture, which is barely worth the name of culture, it's unraveling, it's coming to an end. You know, vast efforts are being made to sustain and extend it. I sometimes say that what we're witnessing is a little bit like a machine that is running faster and faster and pieces are flying off it. And so you can see, on the one hand, the faster and faster, you can see the intensification and the extension of the logics of that machine, and at the same moment the pieces are flying off and people are being hit by them. And that's part of the story of what's going on in our societies. And you sort of need an image like that in order to make sense of how it can both be true, that, as I've been saying, things are fraying and unraveling, and we can have the evidence that people can point to of things intensifying, going further along these trajectories at the same time. Sometimes you're born into the ending of a world. This is a thing that happens. It's happened to others before you in other times and places. A sign of being born into the ending of a world is that the future, in the ordinary sense, no longer works. Because when a politician stands up and makes a speech and tries to mobilize collective hope around the future in that sense is a line drawn from the recent past through the present onwards in a trajectory full of promise. And at the ending of a world, as Federico says, when you're in the ending of a world, the story of that world doesn't have much left to run. So when someone tries to extend that story, when they try to extend that line into the future, it no longer rings true. People can feel that at a gut level without necessarily being able to articulate or analyze it. And so what you might find in such a time is that instead, the people who are able to make political capital are the ones who speak not to the future, but to the past. And so Federico Campagna, he says, well, what's worth doing if it is your discernment that you were born into such a time. And he says, first, stop worrying so much about needing to make sense according to the logic of the world that is ending. And then look for ways to make good ruins. What is a ruin? It's something that's broken out of what was a whole structure. The structures of a world that comes to an end don't just vanish without trace. They leave traces, they leave ruins, and the people who are making lives in the aftermath break things loose from the ruins of the old imperial buildings and use them to make humbler homes in the place where the empire once stood. I feel like that's the work that's coming over the horizon now, is finding these strange alliances of people who, for one reason or another, can see around the edges of the logic of the world we were born into and can tell other stories into the space of those ruins, such that something new, something, as my friend Vanessa Andreotti says, something unknown, possibly but not necessarily wiser, can be brought into the world. We can assist with the birth of that alongside hospicing the old systems and structures that cannot last that much longer, that cannot be made sustainable, and that were anyway founded on this shadow side of the destruction of culture and the devastation of ecology that was always part of the backstory to industrial modernity for all of its achievements. I actually think that our best chance of salvaging the most of the good and making the worlds worth living for might come from starting by addressing the uninhabitable world, by creating pockets of habitability, by inviting people into those pockets, by spreading what we're learning. The school that Anna and I have, it's a school that consists of a kitchen table and a story and the things that happen as a consequence of those two humble elements. But we say it's a gathering place for those who are drawn to the work of regrowing a living culture. And there's a lot packed into those few words. There was a moment in that extraordinary eruption of the climate movements of 2018, 2019, the moment of Extinction Rebellion, the moment of Greta Thunberg's school strikes, Fridays for the Future, and the way that spread around the world. When Greta went to the World Economic Forum and said, I don't want your hope, I want you to panic. It's important to feel those things, to really allow the truth of what we're feeling, to allow the panic rather than suppressing it. But I think we also have to travel through that, because panic is not a good place from which to act. We actually have to find a way to act from stillness. And you arrive at stillness not by suppressing or denying or downplaying those rightful feelings, but by allowing them to do their work, and then where you get to through that. And the note that I was noticing that began to trouble me was this sort of note of dark certainty, where people who maybe thought they had kind of given up and surrendered, was one thing they were holding on to, which was their certainty about how the story was going to end, when it was all going to collapse, what decade humanity was going to go extinct in. It was very strange conversations I found myself hearing and being around the edges of. And so that's where this came from, this thing that I say near the end of the book. Surrender, yes, but don't surrender to a certainty, thinking that you know how the story ends. Surrender to the mystery of these times and of all that is being shaken and called into question. And through that, you can arrive at a kind of agency that is very different to the kind of agency we were taught to look for by this culture, this society, this way of living that we were born into. It's an agency that doesn't require you to have certainty, that doesn't require you to pretend that you have a secret cosmic bargain with the universe, where if we do all of these things, if we complete the checklist and the end of an inconvenient truth, then we can make all the bad stuff go away. It's not going to go away. The bad stuff was there all along. It's part of, we need to compost it. We need to work with it. But we can do that. There is an agency that lies on the far side of despair, but it doesn't look like the ways of acting, the forms of attempting to take control of and manage this living world that we were taught to look for as the direction of hope by the logics of modernity. And I hope that part of what I'm doing is helping people who are on that journey, trying to make sure that we don't just get stuck in mistaking the end of the world as we know it for the end of everything worth living for. We don't just get stuck in a kind of a doom spiral of performative grieving, but that we do the real work of grieving and of allowing ourselves to be changed by that, and of showing up as sobered, as grown up in a way that modernity has not encouraged grown-ups. Modernity has encouraged us to spend our whole lives as children. We can't afford that. Part of what's coming in this travel around and ahead of us is an initiation, is a passage, a hard passage into a kind of maturity that has been very lacking in these societies that have considered themselves to be the most developed, the most advanced, the most progressive the world has ever seen. So that's the time, those are the times into which we were born. One could have wished for easier times, but it's always that way.
Hey friends, I'm Sean Chamberlain, and honestly, firstly, I wanna honour you and thank you for finding your way to this event and for the journey you must have taken to want to be here and to find your way here. I know from experience that it's a brave one, looking at some of the fundaments of the society that raised most of us, and questioning some of the stories that we were raised with. So thank you. And since you're evidently exploring how it makes sense to live in the context of the predicaments of our times, Ivan asked me to offer a little introduction here to the Surviving the Future Conversations for Our Time community that we're both part of, in case that might be of interest to you. So Surviving the Future is a global online community that's grown up since 2020, exploring just that, like responses that are meaningful and that bring life amidst the intertwining crises unfolding as we speak. It's been a big part of my journey. It's been a big part of Ivan's journey. Nate Hagens and Rob Hopkins, who we've just heard from, our participants. Vandana Shiva, Vanessa Mercado de Oliveira, Carly Acuno, Stephen Jenkinson, Rachel Donald, many others. And almost everything we offer is free. I should say that before this comes across as an advertisement. So you're more than welcome to check it all out at survivingthefuture.org. But yeah, essentially it's a place for community around the questions raised by talks like today's. We have forums, we have live video conversations most days, and we also have structured programs that are available either on a kind of flexibly paced, work through it yourself at your own speed basis, or annually we have a 10-week intensive called Surviving the Future, the Deeper Dive, which is capped at 50 people these days, because that sort of helps to build community within the group. And that will be starting in a couple of months, and there are still places available. So if you feel called to that or curious about that as well, then again, survivingthefuture.org. I should say that the Deeper Dive is the one element that isn't completely free, but we do offer it on a trust-based, name your own price basis, deeply determined to ensure that money is no barrier to participation. As some of you may know, I live at a community called the Happy Pig in Ireland, and it's an inn where people can come and stay free of charge. The gift economy is kind of what we're all about. And also, it's not just an important principle for us, but it's also an essential part of why these deeper dives and other projects attract participants from all around the world. 48 countries to date on every continent on Earth. and with exchange rates and financial crises and the like, that wouldn't be possible if we were focused on money around it all. And that diversity in the groups is just invaluable, because I sometimes say it allows a sort of time travel, in that people for whom collapse is already a kind of lived reality can talk to people who are still kind of in that, I wonder what this is going to be like, or what might happen kind of space, and vice versa. The future is already here. It's just unevenly distributed. So yeah, that's the Surviving Future community. It's for those of us who are trying to find that narrow path between denial on the one hand, and I'm sure we all feel the temptations of that at times, and despair on the other hand, and that also can be quite an attractor. But if we rule out the paths that feel like despair, and we rule out the paths that feel like denial, there are some meaningful, important paths to walk. We have guests who turn up to talk about some of those paths that they're walking, and we converse with them, and it feels about the most important thing I've done with my days to date. So if you are looking for those kind of conversations with other people who understand the times that we're in, then hopefully see you soon. Thanks everyone. Bye for now.
The black elephant lapel pin consists of an image of a black elephant and the text, "Look down." Since its introduction this year, over 250 pins have been distributed to nearly half of the US states, Canada, several European Union countries, the UK, Ireland, and New Zealand. The vision of the black elephant pin is to coalesce around and to create a space where discussions on collapse and the post-collapse future could be open and comfortable, where we could begin to explore what it means to us as a society and how to prepare individually and as a community to be more resilient to the coming changes. The black elephant is a hybrid of two widely used metaphors. A black swan is a hard-to-see event that changes everything, and the elephant in the room, which is an enormous issue that everyone knows is there, but no one wants to talk about. The black elephant, then, is a problem that is actually visible to everyone, but no one wants to deal with it, and so they pretend it's not there. The term "look down" comes from the Dark Mountain Manifesto, written by Paul Kingsnorth and Dugald Hine. In it they state, "And so we find ourselves, all of us, together, poised trembling on the edge of a change so massive that we have no way of gauging it. None of us knows where to look, but all of us know not to look down. Secretly, we all think we're doomed. Even the politicians think this, even the environmentalists. Some of us deal with it by going shopping. Some deal with it by hoping it's true. And some give it up in despair, while others work frantically to try and fend off the coming storm. Our question is, what would happen if we looked down? Would it be as bad as we imagine? What might we see? Could it even be good for us? We believe it's time to look down. Each pin also comes with a laminated card with a link to the collapsonomics.info webpage, with resources for someone new to this predicament to learn more about it. The card is small enough to carry in your wallet or purse, sturdy enough to last, and it should mean that if a conversation has gone off the deep end, you can leave someone with some starting points for where to go next. The front of the card says, "Where do you turn when you no longer believe that the way of living you grew up taking for granted can be made sustainable?" On the other side it says, "Visit our resource page to learn more about what's worth doing and connect with others who share your concerns." When you go to the website, You'll see the 5 principles of wearing a black elephant pin. The first one is, it's time to face the realities of collapse, the unraveling of systems and structures that many of us grew up taking for granted. Second, framing this as a set of problems to be solved doesn't help us face these realities, because it suggests that, with the right solutions, our societies could get back on the path they appeared to be on. Number 3, refusing the problem-solution mindset doesn't mean giving up and doing nothing. There's still plenty of work worth doing that has a chance of affecting how things play out. Number 4, to catch sight of the work worth doing and to become capable of contributing to it, we need multiple lenses, new maps and tools for orientation and practical and cultural skills. And finally, we also need to find each other in the in-between spaces of the internet and in the on-the-ground places where we start from. When we scroll to the bottom of the page here, we can see we have our resources that people can go and look at and learn more about this topic. There's orientation links, sense-making links, onward paths links, tools, and community links. And if you choose to order a pin, you go up to this link here, and that takes you to the Meta Label website where the pins are sold. And on the right here, you can see that the lapel pins, you can buy them individually for $8. We have separate choices for US shipping or international, and that just reflects the difference in shipping costs. You can also order 3 pins, again, both US shipping and international. And finally, you can order 15, whether you're US or international. I started a Black Elephant group in my community, and there are now 25 people with pins. We meet each week on a drop-in basis at a local restaurant for an hour and a half. There's usually 3 to 8 people who show up, and we talk about the books we're reading, podcasts we've listened to, or Substack articles, all related to building a new community in a post-collapse world. Topics discussed include urban homesteading, relocalizing our businesses, reskilling, building community, and more. As a means of starting a group in your community, I'd encourage you to purchase 15 pins to reduce shipping costs and hand them out to get started. You'd be amazed at how many people are interested in discussing this topic, but they don't feel comfortable talking about it in their usual social circles. I hope to see you starting one in your community soon. Well, I hope you enjoyed that presentation. This will be a good time. Gail will be joining us in a few minutes, so it might be a good time to just get up, stretch your legs, maybe run to the restroom, and Gail will be just with us shortly. Thank you. Can we move that way more? 'Cause I'm catching Gail's head in the shot up there. Just a little more. I think that'll be okay.
Yeah, so there's one clip to the box, that's on you, and this one's. Oh, absolutely. Yes. So we'll see if anybody shows up or take the other things that are left. There'll be a balance.
Gail, can you pull something up on there, like your first?
Okay, so. Does that work? Yeah. Yeah. You know where your mic is?
I know what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's slightly, almost a little bit aware of this. I can move this just.
I mean, I could.
Yeah.
Is that any better for your outline?
Yeah, it's not in the way.
Yeah, and you can flag me down anytime.
Right. And so this, I don't know, anybody introduce me, or do I just hop up here, or what?
I believe.
Somebody will.
Yeah.
Somebody will.
I forget who it was.
Come on.
You can take it down now, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's going good. had a little trouble with audio in the beginning. Hopefully the recordings will be we can send that out to everyone afterwards. So you should join the Degrowth group here. So, good bunch. Yeah. Yes. Yep. Yep. I haven't really been participating with them. I drop in once in a while, but you know, I kind of parted ways when I started learning more about the subject. It's more than, you know, 10 years ago I was all about wind and solar technology, we can fix this. And then I realized that it's not the solution, so I quit attending those meetings. Yeah, and that group down there is their specific duty, job, is clean energy. And then we have the Degrowth group, so it's different groups within Sierra Club. Well, it's statewide, and most of the people so far live up here, but we're trying to get more people in the state to participate in it, and that's part of the reason why I'm doing the live stream, is so that more people from out of state can participate in some way. We probably 15 right now. So, yeah. So this is Gail. So,
Hello, friends of this room and out in the lobby, and anyone else who can hear. Workshop number 2 session is starting now. And if you need it, the Birch and the Willow room are down on this floor, and they're to the left. The Willow room is on the right. Once you go that way, the Birch room is straight across the hallway. Upstairs is the Cottonwood room. Highly recommend that if you don't want to stay here and listen to Gail, check out the Offer and Needs Market by Priscilla. This is like a real live praxis moment of seeing what gifts we have in our community. It's a way to ask for resources and offer them. Those workshops will run for the next 50 minutes. However, this is the last piece of scheduled programming, except for our closing. So I'm happy to introduce our speaker on the stage. I'm going to introduce Gail Berber. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Gail, otherwise known as Gail the Actuary, has an MS from the University of Illinois, Chicago in mathematics, and is a fellow of the Casualty Actuarial Society, and a member of the American Academy of Actuaries. Gail became aware of the impact of oil shortages can have on insurance companies back in 1993 and in 1994 when oil shortages were first a problem. In 2005, she began reading books on the subject, including Jeremy Leggett's The Empty Tank. She also speaks on finite world issues, including the connection between oil shortages and the economy, as well as more general issues related to resource limits and limits to growth. She speaks at many actuarial, wow, I really should practice that one, and academic conferences, as well as to more general groups. She has published an academic article in the journal Energy, Oil Supply Limits, and the Continuing Financial Crisis. Gail's blog, and I highly recommend it, we've actually used it quite a few times as reading discussion material in our Degrowth monthly team meeting. So her blog again is ourfiniteworld.com. Back when the publication The Oil Drum was in operation, she was an editor of that site and wrote there under the name Gail the Actuary. So thank you, Gail, for coming so far to be here.
Good afternoon. I should just add a little bit on Our Finite World, well, and all of my other kinds of things. While I'm an actuary, I'm sort of a generalist. Let's wait until a few more people are seated. I should add, I'm sort of a generalist. I started getting involved with looking at energy limits and how this all worked about 20 years ago. And I have started a website called Our Finite World. I also was involved with the oil drum for quite a few years. But my approach has been, first coming as an actuary, I look at things from taking the data that's on the internet and making my own graphs and figuring out what I see going on with the data. And I also try to look at the various academic fields and see what's happening. So I'm looking at different people who are publishing in different parts of the world, in different academic fields. So some of the things I'm saying very much overlap with what you're talking about, and some of them are, bring in other kinds of ideas. So anyhow, let me get started here. This is a picture of this Our Finite World.
Gail, could you be a little closer to the microphone?
Great. I was going to stay put here, huh?
I'm gonna put it in front of your face.
Put it in front of my face? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that will be better.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
technology.
Okay. Let me ask this question. When politicians predict future scenarios, how do you expect their forecasts to be? Are they going to give you a completely unbiased view of what's going on in the future? Are they going to give it bias towards what the voters, the businesses, and the universities want to hear? Or are they going to give you something biased towards the worst possible case?
Depends if they're the incumbent.
Pardon?
I said it depends on whether they're trying to get elected.
If they want to get elected, what do you think they're going to do? I think it's pretty much biased towards what the voters, businesses, and universities want to hear. And so it's what mainstream media wants to hear too. So it's not real likely you're going to get a complete picture from mainstream media or from anybody. They're going to try to tell you things are better than they are. I think one of the issues that we have is that they may not fully understand the problems themselves, and the real answers can be frightening, so that's another reason that they're going to step back from it. They want, if somebody is running a university, they're going to want the students to believe that the problems ahead are the ones that they need, that they're going to be able to be useful in the future, and that their degrees will be useful for future jobs. So they can't tell anybody anything that might be frightening. Another question I have is, how do we know if oil supply is too low? And I think the answer that most people would say is it's something like maybe there are long lines at the gas stations or the prices are high. But in fact, what I think it is that it's quite different. It depends on the circumstances. The high price model comes from the model of the economists, and the economist model is very incomplete. In some cases, it is true that you'll get high prices, but in many cases, you get low prices. The real situation is that the oil prices depend on how many people can afford to buy the oil products. So if you get lots of wage disparity and the people come on their bicycles, like I saw sitting around outside here, then there's going to be less demand for oil. And as you hold the demand for oil down, that holds the price down. So the poorer, as the middle class disappears, the prices of oil tend to stay low. And so, and if you have high prices, that's what gets more oil out. And what happens is that the prices can fall too low for the producers of the oil. And when that happens, they close the oil companies, they stop drilling because they can't make a profit. So it's a different situation than people understand as to what goes wrong with oil supply. And what happens when we talk about adding complexity is that you get growing wage and wealth disparity. If you have a situation where there are some people who have advanced degrees or they're owners of big companies, they're going to get a whole lot more money than the people at the bottom of the hierarchy. That was sort of the same thing as Professor Taylor was telling us about. In my talk, I'm going to talk a little bit about some recent problems that have started since 1970, and what's happened is that 1970 was about the time our oil peaked, And then we had to start doing things differently. And so we had to add a lot more complexity, and the oil prices spiked, and the wage disparity grew. And all of you know that the young people have had it harder in terms of earning money, and the need for government safety, financial safety nets expanded greatly. Now these governments are discovering their debt levels are too high, and it's this high level of debt that's really creating some of the problems we're seeing in the world today. And what's happening is, to me, is that we're repeating a cycle many other economies have gone through. The population has outgrown its resource base, which is a different way of looking at this resource shortage issue. And then you get this complexity, which leads to this wage and wealth disparity. And of course, wage and wealth disparity is the problem we're seeing and has been seen in many other places historically too. And it becomes difficult to get enough taxes because the wage and wealth disparity is so high. So many people can't contribute anything, or very little. And it seems to be that we may be starting to collapse part of a cycle now. It's not a one-time event that billions die instantly, as you talked about at the end, the way I see it. Has a chart that shows the peak in U.S. oil supply in 1970, and that was what caused a big change in how we started doing things. That was a time when we started a lot more globalization. We had to get more fancy, more complex oil extraction techniques, but that was the time that we were doing, companies were growing bigger. This is by the time we got to 1980, then we were having Reagan and all of his debt solutions. So it was a time of change. What I say here is our economy has been built as if a growing supply of $20 a barrel oil, which would be equivalent to an energy return on energy investment of 50 to 100 times, would continue. In other words, our economy has been built as if we have a rapidly growing, very low-priced oil supply and energy supply. And what happens is that we can't really do it, so we have to start adding more and more complexity to try to work around our problems. Probably there are many other problems that we would get even with that too. But adding debt is one of the big things that happens. So there was a period between World War II and it was 1970. It was kind of a fuzzy dividing line. The oil peaked in 1970, but it took a while for the prices to spike up as fast as to show what the effects were, because there were other supplies around the world. But what started happening is we had much more changes, which resulted in spiking oil prices and things that were quite different. At the top of this slide, I say low-priced oil is like low-priced food for a home economy. If you stop and think about it, if your price of food is, say, 5% of your budget, then you've got 95% of your take-home pay, we'll say, to pay for other things. And so you have lots of money for trips and for trying out new ideas and all kinds of things. But if you get it up to 50% for food, then you're in a very different situation. And it's kind of the same thing for the economy. If oil prices and other energy prices go up way high, then suddenly the economy has to contract in different ways because there's so much that goes on that they need for paying for the oil. So what happened in the time between World War II and 1973 is that there was so much money flooding into the system that was a time that they could start adding all kinds of complexity. They started this Eisenhower interstate highway system, for example, which was a big building project, all of the interstate highways. And Medicare was signed into law. And of course, once you start paying hospitals and doctors whatever they ask, you can have lots of complexity. And you start getting that going through. And there were many different things that happened. We started getting contraceptive pills about 1960, and then we got divorce. So you got new ways of people adapting to the changed world. You know, okay, now women can go to work, and now women can do all of these things. In the low-priced oil era, the U.S. economy had low complexity and rapid growth. And back in that time period, and I'll show you another slide later, the wage disparity was low, and the health care was often given by general practitioners. The total health care cost in 1960 was 5% of GDP, compared to 18% of GDP recently. But once you start saying, well, the government will pay for this, or, well, now we've got a solution for everything, or maybe the food system is getting you food that's not the best for you, the combination gives you lots more to pay for the healthcare system. Of course, we also had more people, older people. And what happened was, at that point, was that the homes were simple and affordable by many, and during that low price time, that early time, young people found their incomes were higher than those of their parents. The rising cost of low-cost oil gave an upward lift to the economy. So you didn't have to start adding a lot of debt to buy all of this stuff. And so there was really no need for specialization or debt-based approaches to fix the economy back before the oil peaked, and back when the price of oil was always very low. But then what happened is that things started going to pieces after the 1973 era, which is when the price of oil went up. And on this chart, what I have is world energy consumption. And so it's energy, it's not just oil, that would include coal and natural gas, and it would include wind and solar and hydroelectric and everything you can think of. And it's per capita, so it's per person. And what happened in 1965 to 1973, and if we actually had the data here going back to 1948, there was a long period when it was going up. And the extra oil and extra availability is what allowed organizations to add things like interstate highways and lots of pipelines and lots of electrical transmission lines. But then in the 1973 to 2001 era, what happened was we had a relatively flat time period, and there was a big attempt to try to get the prices down. In the Soviet Union, the central government collapsed. If you take away the energy of a government, that is when your government tends to collapse. And that's what happens if you're an oil exporter and the price of oil is too low, it can push you towards collapse. We have another spurt, or at least the world had it, that was when China got added to the World Trade Organization. and there was a big spurt in growth of manufacturing and things in China, and that stayed for a little while. But then when we hit 2008, what happened is we ended up having a debt bubble, which has been growing and growing and has been holding up the energy consumption because it becomes more affordable as the government rolls out more government programs to pay for all kinds of stuff. But in terms of the way the system has worked, we've had the energy use goes up with population, but it's taken more and more debt to keep the energy use going. So what's happened since 1973 is the economy has shifted to a new pattern of bigger companies, more debt, and added complexity. They've added more international trade. And of course, if you add more international trade, you have a bigger company, but you also have your workers indirectly competing with the low-wage workers in other countries. And what happens, if we look at the next slide, is I have a graph here that shows the wages for workers per worker, and they are inflation adjusted. And it shows that back between 1948, which is right after World War II, and whether it's 1970 or 1973, sometime in there, what was going on was there was a lot of productivity gain, and there was a lot of growth in the people's wages as well as their productivity. But once we started adding complexity, the workers didn't really get the benefit of the added complexity. It went to all the rest of the system. It went to the debt that went into the system. It went to the high-level managers. It went to having to buy extra oil supplies to pipe things around the world. So the world, as it got more complex, left out the lower-wage workers. So what happened then was this increasing wage disparity, and the resulting lack of affordability prevented the oil prices from staying very high. And so what happened here is that we ended up with this same chart that I showed you before. I show in smaller size now, with the prices going up and down and up and down, but not staying high. In fact, the oil prices now are, I think they're around 60. They've been in the upper 50s and around 50 and 60, but they're inflation adjusted. And you can see, even at this time, they're a whole lot higher than the $20 oil prices, but they are not anywhere near the high levels that sometimes they've wanted. You know, there's lots of different kinds of oil, heavy oil, for example, that we could get out in Venezuela, for example, if the price were high enough. But the price doesn't stay high enough. It doesn't get there. It would have to be over $200 a barrel for some of this oil. So that becomes a big problem. And what happens then is that it's a two-way contest. The prices must be both high enough for the producers and low enough for the consumers to afford it. But the economists build this model that it doesn't really tell you that you really have to have demand in there that comes from affordability to keep the system going. So what happened then is that the government you got all kinds of, the government needed to pay for many more different things as the situation went downhill. The competition with foreign workers helped on wages. The social changes led to a much higher divorce rate. And one of the things that people hadn't stopped to think about was if the couples got divorced, they wouldn't necessarily be able to support the two half of families separately. You need to make sure the wives' wages were up there high enough to pay for half of it, and the husband's wage for half, and all of these different things. With this complexity, the healthcare costs grew rapidly, and many people could not afford the high cost of healthcare. In fact, that is a big issue right now. And of course, what's happening too is there's too many elderly relative to the population. And Joe and I are probably examples. Anyhow, we're in the grandparents group anyhow. And what happened then is that the U.S. federal debt rose rapidly, really after 1980. And this is the ratio to the gross domestic product. And it especially rose after 2008. And 2020 sent it up further. But this has been a major, major issue. And of course, we don't see that too much on the front page of the paper. But it's a concern to many of the politicians, and it's a problem in other parts of the world too. And what has happened is that the interest on the government debt has become really an overwhelming problem, especially if they can't get the interest rates lower. So that's why you hear all this stuff about Trump wants to get the interest rates lower. But what happens is that little light green thing, which is called discretionary non-defense spending, that's that's the part of the government that you could supposedly cut back, and the defense you could cut back. But the interest on the debt we're kind of stuck with, and then we've got all of these other programs that keep growing: Social Security, Medicare, other health care, including Medicaid and other mandatory programs keep growing. And the problem is that it becomes impossible to fund it, and the European countries have the same issues. So this is the issue that we're running into now. One of the issues too is that economies tend to operate on very long cycles. This is why you get this overshoot and collapse kind of thing. The end of the fossil fuel cycle seems to be, if not near, not far away anyhow. There's a fellow named Peter Turchin who has done a fair amount of research in a slightly different direction, and he has published books, and he's talking about something he calls secular cycles. And he has a longer list of secular cycles than Professor Taylor does, but we're each looking at it differently. And so in one of his books, he lists 8 of these secular cycles, and he has starting points and end points and such things. And I went through and calculated differences. And the way he has these divided up, he says an economy, somebody figures out a way to use a new resource. Either they push somebody else out of a land and then they start growing there, or they cut down trees and they decide they're going to farm there, or they get fossil fuels, or whatever the situation arises. But what happens then is that the population grows based on resource availability. And while the population grows based on resource availability, it grows very rapidly. And that's sort of what was happening, say, in the US. But what happens is once you start hitting limits, that's when you get the stagflation. I don't have a pointer here, but you can see that little stagflation piece. This is the piece that, of course the growth went more than 100 years. It's probably say 150, 200. And then it doesn't grow fast. But then after the stagflation period, there's what he calls the crisis period. And it's not like it goes straight down. In the examples he gave, it goes down between 20 and 50 years. And then he has an intercycle period, in other words, the period between a new cycle, and that depends quite a bit on the particular situations. So there's over and over this same situation takes place, but it has to do with a contest between population and available resources, particularly energy resources, but water is one of them, and pollution becomes an issue, all kinds of things. So the system tends to follow this pattern. And so the major issue, the way I see it, which may not be the way anybody else characterizes, is that the population tends to outgrow the carrying capacity of an area. And needless to say, there aren't too many politicians who are going out and saying, well, our big problem is our population is too high. What happens is that the limits, talking more about how these resources work out, is that the limits to resources are often difficult to see. In the case of a early civilization, the issue might have to do with, say, getting wood for heating and for cooking. And there might be plenty of wood if you could walk to it far enough or take your ox cart to it far enough. But at some point it gets too far away and you can't bring it back. So, but the limit is hard to see. But that's sort of like there's plenty of fossil fuels available, but they are more expensive, they have more pollution, whatever the particular parameter you're looking at. And so what happens is that affordability is what cuts things back, but it makes it hard for you to figure out when you're going to outgrow the carrying capacity. And so stagflation started when the first obstacles to growth occurred. At least that's the way I'm seeing the situation. And we were, an example would be that there's not enough farmland for all the children to get enough land through the inheritance process. And so what happens is some of the children would become farmers' helpers at low wages, or they might go work in a monastery and take a vow of poverty. And debt became much more widely used. And it's somewhat like the 1970 shift in the U.S. economy when we started adding more complexity to the U.S. economy and more debt. And more wage disparity gradually grew. In physics terminology, economies are considered dissipative structures. And they are kind of things that are growing in some sense. The economy grows sort of like humans grow, and like plants and animals, and I guess ecosystems got in here twice. Hurricanes was another one that I intended to have there. And tornadoes, of course. And once you have to have energy of some kind to keep these things growing. Otherwise, without energy, their life ceases. And what happens is that this is true even for parts of systems like governments. If they don't have enough energy, they have to get smaller, and they have to cease altogether. And so oil and other energy are in some sense like food to economies. So we'll stop the energy, but you have to understand you're stopping the economy too. Dissipative structures are part of the evolutionary process. And what happens is that new similar dissipative structures tend to arise. we can think about the human situation. We have new babies born, and each one is a little bit different, and the best adapted live. And this is true with economies. We always are having new economies growing up and attempts at new economies, and unless they really are serving the purpose they need to, you know, that particular attempt may not go anywhere. So you get starts with economies. So the best adapted to the current changing situation will tend to survive. And this is how you get these small economies that have grown up in different parts of the world, and they've kind of blended together so that we have a world economy now too. And so if we go back to the that diagram I showed you earlier, the expected length of the stagflation period is 50 to 60 years. So right now it's 55 years since 1970. We're going, hey, we're right on time here. Things are starting to go not so well. So the way I see it is that we seem to be hitting the crisis inflection point. And the crisis inflection point is when things get worse and worse going downhill, because you've got not enough energy to keep the system going, or there are things going wrong. What we'll see is really that debt piece that I was talking about before, that the governments can't keep up. And that's what's pushing the economies towards a crisis. Like I said, it was, my diagram said they last 20 to 50 years, but we don't know. It's not that it goes down all the way immediately. It's that you have debt bubbles, different ones around the world. And of course, you don't want your own U.S. government to fail first. You'd rather have France's to go down first, or China's, or whatever, you know. So every country is kind of looking out for itself. You have, and in general, when we look at the crisis years, that's the time when the tax dollars are too low, so you have the government's keeping anti-debt. And historically, the governments, sometimes they collapse by themselves, like that's what happened with the central government of the Soviet Union, or they can be overthrown by people. But what happens is if there's not enough energy, they tend to collapse down to a smaller level. And conflict increases, and what tends to happen in these crisis years is population decline due to epidemics. It's not necessarily everybody's killing each other, although there may be some of that issue, but if they're poor, their diet tends to go downhill, and there are more poor people in the population, and the poor people especially are the ones wiped out by the epidemics. The way I see it is that the whole fossil fuel cycle, especially if we're getting the end now, is going to be something like 250 to 300 years. So getting rid of fossil fuels means we are talking about, oh, do we need to start thinking in terms of what they did before fossil fuels? I mean, this is not a good deal. You know, it's something you have to sit down and look at. I'm hoping that, you know, there's some transition we can do. When it comes to economists, actuaries, and scientists, they don't build this expected long-term cycle into their models. I've spoken at a lot of actuarial conferences and talked to different people, and they say, well, what does this do for our homeowners rates and our automobile rates for next year? I'd really like to know about that, and I don't really care about anything about long term. You know, I want whatever is going to affect me now. And of course, nobody wants to upset their clients. So if you can easily justify something based on the last 5 years or 10 years, or even if it's got a cycle, and if you can justify it based on the cycle, people will tend to do that. But they're not going to, and nobody wants to tell anybody about these long-term problems that we have. And what happens now is we have a population problem, but it looks a lot like an immigration problem. What I showed here, the blue part is what I call the advanced economies. It's the members of the OECD. It's the U.S. and Canada and Europe and you name it, Australia, Japan, and their populations have been pretty low, and nowadays their birth rates are pretty low too. And what's happened is it's the rest of the world, and even within some of those countries, it's the poor people sometimes who have big families, but it's especially the rest of the world that has the big increases. It's the Muslim communities especially, and the Central African communities. And of course, talking about population control, it's not parts of the world that you're going to do population control, at least the way I see it. This next section is something that's not well known. This is what I call a special role of humans, and it has to do with why humans outgrow the carrying capacity. Pre-humans started cooking part of their food over 1 million years ago. And this is not something that people generally know, but this was a big turning point, because once we started cooking food, then the jaws and our guts could be much smaller. And also, the amount of time we spent chewing went way down. If you think about it, you go to the zoo and you see the gorillas or whoever, all of the primates there, they're chewing much of the time. Well, that's because if you're eating raw food, you've got to chew a lot, and you have to have a big digestive system. Well, once we got rid of that issue by cooking parts of our food, or you can use an electric blender too, but that's an energy thing that we could use to augment our own energy supply. And once we do that, then the abilities of the brain grew. And so what happened is, there are various people who've written about it. And Rangham was the one catching fire, how cooking made us human. That was the big book that came along. But there are other writers who've written about related issues. James Scott, I think it's the same Scott you referenced, and he talks about against the grain, and he says you have to have grain to have cities, because with grain you can store up the energy and transfer it to the cities. And thanks to the better brains in the free time, humans could make better tools, and they could train animals to help with the work. And what was the basic problem is humans are smarter than animals. And so what happened is that the humans tended to, they keep what animals they want, and the others, they did not grow in great supply. So what happens is that the humans' population kept growing because the energy helped them grow. In a sense, the economy grows to accommodate an increasing population of humans. And that's the reason why we either have to add more energy supply, or we add more complexity, or we add both of them. The need to cook part of our food keeps humans addicted to energy supply. So if we all stop eating, we're all in good shape. But anyhow, energy supplies are what allow the economy to make physical goods. The laws of physics dictate the need for energy supplies. If we're going to make metals, we need to have heat. And, if we're going to make concrete, we need to have heat that comes from, it turns out, fossil fuels. We could do it with just the wood, but back in 1796 was back when Malthus was complaining that at that point, with 1 billion people, we had already run short with the energy supplies. So as the population rises, more energy is needed. And the energy supplies the economy uses are many kinds. There's human energy, animal energy, burned biomass, captured wind and energy, fossil fuel energy, you name it. But there's a mixture of energy types that are used. I call wind and solar and many other things, hydroelectric, extenders to fossil fuels because they're made with fossil fuels, and without fossil fuels, you don't have them. You're not going to have a wind turbine made with other wind turbines. It just doesn't happen. Or solar panels. And these extenders, as I will show you, haven't made a big dent. What's happened on the next chart here, if you look carefully at the top, there's kind of a little reddish line at the top, at the end. That's wind and solar. And it comprises 3% of the total. You're going, oh, well, that's not real great. And the fossil fuels is the big blue part back at the bottom is the fossil fuels. In some sense, the nuclear is really an extender to fossil fuels too, because we have to use fossil fuels to get nuclear out. It only produces electricity. And electricity is pretty limited in what it can do. So you can't just run your economy on electricity alone. So what happens is they're kind of smallish pieces. Try to explain it a little bit further. What we usually hear is that wind and solar are usually quoted as a share of electricity production. And worldwide, wind and solar, and I'm combining them, amount to about 15% of electricity production. That's way over one end. And then it varies quite a bit. It's up at 30% for Australia. It's for the European Union, it's a little bit lower, say 28%. China is down at like 18%. US is about 16%. This is the electricity supply. But it varies a lot as a percentage of electricity supply. When you go to electricity is not a big piece of total energy supply though. It's only about 20% of total energy supply, at least the way, there's been different ways of counting electricity's worth, but now they're kind of converging towards the same point, and it's sort of like around 20%. It's not a whole lot out of the total. So what happens is when you compare it to total energy, it's sort of like, well, it's good for some things, but not for other things. So on that basis, then you get down to, I think it's 2.8%. It's a little less than 3% for the world, and these others all go down too. When we look at the CO2 emissions, what happened, I show here that in 1997, that's when we said, oh, it's the rich nations, which is this group, these advanced economies, which are the ones with the orange line there. They said, oh, we're going to hold down our emissions. We're going to send our manufacturing to poor countries. And of course, this is very popular with the people who were trying to have bigger and bigger companies, because now they can do international trade, and get their bigger companies. And so then we send our manufacturing overseas, and the advanced nations, their CO2 emissions did go down by a little bit as we sent our manufacturing overseas in other industry. But what happened was that the world CO2 emissions went straight up. Well, not straight up, but they certainly increased. And it's especially the other than advanced nations that went up. So even though what was publicized was we're going to stop CO2 emissions, the real fact has not been what people claimed it was. This all has to do with what we're told is not necessarily how it pans out, and it's not necessarily the way the real world works. So I'd say, well, there's hope for the future, yes. But anyhow, what should we be doing? One of the things is that the economies tend to decline slowly. So this small historical sample says 20 to 50 years of decline. In other words, everything doesn't fall apart at once. And if it does fall apart, some of the pieces, you get incremental steps, but one of the things that happens, I think you mentioned that governments need to have enough energy. Well, if you have a big representative government and you don't have enough energy, what you tend to have later is a single authoritarian ruler with his own staff. You know, how do you do it if you don't have enough energy? And of course, if you have a top-level government disappear, what can happen would be like what happened in the Soviet Union. You still have the lower-level governments there, and they can sort of try to pick up the pieces. So, you know, even though the top level of the Soviet government disappeared, then something, it didn't stop altogether. And what happens, as I looked at it, is religions and governments tend to cover somewhat the same kinds of things. They're trying to take care of the poor people, and they're trying to provide order to society and rules. And as the governments grow stronger, the religions grow weaker. But as the governments fall away, then the religions are a cheaper way of, in some sense, of providing order to society. So what tends to happen if you don't have governments there, you have to have some other way of providing order, but without enough energy, that's what you stand to lose. And new economies keep trying to form. Usually, the new economies build up from small beginnings. And this is what we're seeing around, and I mean, it rises from the fact that any individual worker cannot provide a full range of services. And here I talk about some things that Dmitry Orlov and some others have written. And what, I don't know if you're familiar with him, he and a group of other people who write in the sustainability group wrote a book called Communities That Abide. And one of the things he talks about is that they tend to, having a common religion helps groups stay together. Without a common religion, a common belief system, you know, it can't be, we want the most profits. Well, we've gone through that. If you don't have that, you have to have some other kind of a belief system as to how you stay together. And these economies, when I read through it, a big concern has been how you protect yourself from bandits and others. You know, you're going to have a sustainability fund. You're going to bet if there's not enough food to go around, somebody else is going to try to take it away from you. It might be the governments who want to tax it to take it away from you. So this is why you have all the forts and castles, and they have them on the top of the hill. One of the questions I have, the way I see it, the economy is so complex, and the whole thing, the way it's built, and the whole way the whole thing is put together, it seems to me there has to be a higher power that's involved in all of this. But I don't know exactly in what way and how. Humans seem to be favored in evolution. That's why we've got so many humans, and why humans keep outgrowing the resources. The pre-humans lived through the ice ages, so we've had people around for well over, not people, but pre-humans anyhow, that made it through the ice ages, and somehow or other they made it through all of this. Evolution seems to work in our favor. So what happens is that it's what I think of as survival of the best adapted, and that can be truly helpful as we go forward. So I had put together some ideas for people who are watching this, and I'll go through a few of these. Anyhow, one of them is every day give thanks for the things you have today. You know, I go walking, I try to walk every day, and I give thanks for all of the, you know, the beautiful sky and trees and all of these other things. But, you know, give thanks that we're living at the top of the cycle right now. And so we've had it better than a lot of people will ever have it. And the people in the past have not had as good as we have today. And we need to focus on the present, not on what might or might not happen in the future. If we're doing that, you know, we can be awfully worried. In certain times, it's good to be with family or friends. I think there's been an awful lot of trend towards living by yourself, but that is not an easy way to go forward when you have difficult times. You need to have family and friends around, and in fact, even sharing a home or apartment is a good idea, can be a good idea, if funds are tight, because that's the way we have done things historically. We've had the people living in the same household multi-generations. I say be cautious about trying to set up a sustainable farm on your own. To me, it's harder than it looks. One of the issues is that an injury can keep you from work for months. As long as there's governments, there's going to be taxes available, and of course any government financial support programs are likely to disappear. One of the things I suggest is if you have a home now with land and also a job, one idea is to do a little gardening on the side. You know, get into it on a smaller scale, and don't take too big a step till you understand things a little bit better, and maybe get together with some friends and do it better with them, and share expertise. If the economy goes downhill, that is especially good. And then, of course, if you're working with friends, you can trade within the system. You can't make enough different kinds of food and store them all by yourself. Usually, it's difficult. One of the things you need to do is look after your own health. Because one of the things as the economy is in difficulty is that the healthcare system is likely to go downhill rather badly. Eat food you can cook in your own kitchen. Stay away from sweets, soft drinks, and ultra-processed food. Eat things like they were serving at lunch today. Emphasize vegetables, fruits, dairy products, and fish. Get adequate exercise. Expect government financial problems. In fact, they're already here. U.S. government cutbacks taking place today are related to its excessive debt. That's why these things are happening. Don't be surprised if you need to work pretty much all your life, because even if people think that they can print money, they can't print goods and services. So that's the problem that you have. Even if the government thinks it can promise retirees, everybody everywhere, these pensions, if the flow of goods that we can actually make goes way down, somehow or other they have to be shared differently. And so the problem, as I see it over the long term, is that there are likely to be fewer goods and services available to buy. And whether or not anybody prints any money or you have any fancy kind of money that allows you to buy them, it ends up being a new version of the empty shelf problem. And of course, part of it is the broken supply line problem. As I say, expect conflict because of the shortage of goods and services, but at the same time, you probably want to stay out of the conflict to the extent possible, because this is not the place to be. For those who are thinking about college, my suggestion is to stay away from debt as much as possible. Look for practical courses related to what you want to do. And I think there's still going to be some need for some researchers, I think engineering especially, chemistry especially. For example, and there are different kinds of things. One would be finding better uses for solar panels. And I understand batteries are being improved, but if they're put in targeted situations, it may work a whole lot better than just dumping them on the electric grid. There's been big problems in Spain, for example, with as much electricity that's on the grid right now. One of the groups that might want some college would be politicians. But the issue is that the representative government doesn't seem to be sustainable without big energy supplies. So I have a few concluding things. What it seems to me that we're headed for is a period somewhat like the Great Depression of the 1930s. So if you're thinking about what kind of sustainability things, think it in that kind of terms. And we are currently in a period sort of like the exuberance of 1929. A lack of jobs that pay well is likely to be a major issue. So, even if you want a good job, or even if you got a degree, it's a problem. I took an Uber ride down to the airport, and I asked the young lady, so tell me about yourself. She said, well, I used to go to Kennesaw State University, and she said, what? I said, did you get a degree there? And she said, well, yes, I got both a bachelor's degree and a master's degree there. But I can't earn enough money with my degrees, so I drive Uber in addition to the work I got. I'm a sports reporter. She was a young black lady, and I'm going, well, anyhow. So this is what's been going on now, is even the people with the advanced degrees are having problems. What tends to happen is commodities of all kinds, including fossil fuels, seem likely to be low priced. One reference I've given to people different times, if you look at the book of Revelation in the Bible, chapter 18, verses 11 to 13, they talk about the collapse of Babylon. And it says that people there was no demand for anything, any of the goods that were trying to be sold, including the slaves that were being sold, which was the energy supply of the day. It was a low-priced problem. You get into a depression, and you don't have people available to buy these things. And if you have debt bubbles collapsing, then you have more and more ability to buy going away. So we have a lot of debt bubbles around the world, and that's what the fighting is about, is keeping up the debt bubble one place, at the expense of debt bubbles other places, so somebody else goes down. I think the conflict level now is already pretty high, but I'm afraid it might be worse. The economic system seems to be one of endless cycles, and we don't know how soon the next upcycle can begin. I would like to hope that we could actually start, work on the next upcycle while we're still going down, but I don't know. And we don't know whether we can extend this cycle a little longer. But right now, what we can do is invest in good health, in tools and skills, and we can invest in relationships with friends and relatives. So this concludes my formal presentation. microphone if there's questions.
Any questions?
I missed most of your presentation. I apologize for that. I did catch some of it. Do you take capitalism as a given? Is that fair?
Well, I would say that our current system is running into big problems. So I'm looking at the current system, and I'm saying it's collapsing. Okay, now the new systems that arise, I would expect to be different. So it might very well be different from what tends to happen is that one approach that was tried, each economy is different. So we tried capitalism. Well, that didn't work so well. Okay, so we're going to try something different. So we may collapse down and something else takes its place. But it has to collapse back far enough that it can start building up in a different direction.
Thank you.
Yeah.
More questions?
I just have sort of an observation. I had heard just recently that that the price of natural gas is actually the price we pay for natural gas is mostly about subsidizing the network that is pipelines and et cetera, and not the actual cost of the fuel itself. And I wonder
Well, what happens is that natural gas used to be just flared because it was so impossibly difficult to transport. So what you have to have is you have to build a transportation system for it. So you build LNG ships, and if you want really expensive natural gas, and you want to have lots and lots of emissions, you ship it by LNG, as LNG across the oceans. That's the big trend now. But you can also do it with pipelines, and that's a whole lot cheaper way of doing it. But all of the natural gas cost is associated with the pipelines. If you don't have pipelines, you don't have natural gas. You have to have it door to door with the natural gas, and you have to have somebody keeping up the natural gas. And if they develop leaks, methane is, it causes the CO2, or it causes global warming, we'll say, in the same way that CO2 does. So, but it's a much cheaper way of doing it than LNG, for example. So that's what your cost goes for, is transportation with natural gas.
Thank you.
I guess I'm just a little bit more optimistic about the transition getting off of fossil fuels, and but I really appreciate your perspective and your historical perspective on these trends.
Another microphone? Well, anyhow. Yeah, you're concerned about it.
Oh, well, I'm just feeling like I'm more optimistic about this huge transition that we need to do. We're not doing it up to par, but there are some positive signs. I just so appreciate your perspective with the history and marking up the trends. It's just really valuable to hear. But I just wondered, your sense of hope seems very low. And I just want you to know that not everyone is feeling that low. But anyway, I just wanted to get your response. It's not really a question.
Yeah, you think that things are farther away, or it's not going to be that way, and it may be that it's, if we're talking 50 years, it may very well be that some of these things that we're working on right now will actually start working. And so we can extend things, and I was trying to say that there is some ways that, maybe we can get things to go better. And maybe we can keep away the problems. I think a big issue recently has been there's not really enough of the kinds of oil we need for shipping goods across the Pacific and the Atlantic. Okay, so that says if you can't ship your goods across the Pacific and the Atlantic, you have to start manufacturing closer to home. And that's what gets the push for all of this, the opposite of globalization. If you don't have the oil, and wind and solar don't do anything for substituting for how you get your goods from China to the U.S.
Gail, I know that there's a problem if we just convert everything over to electric vehicles and we don't need gasoline anymore. That's kind of a problem, I think, with what you do with that gasoline because it's a part of the oil.
What happens is you have each, we'll say oil field, or petroleum field, whatever it is a very different mix. And the U.S. happened to start out with fields that were very heavy on gasoline, which is why we got into gasoline. Now Russia and Canada both have the heavy oil that provides diesel much more. I mean, it's much more like it. And so this is what got Europe hooked on to diesel cars. But diesel is what's in really short supply now. And that's also is similar to jet fuel. And that's getting to be in short supply. So those are the big areas. So anyhow, so if you cut back on the electricity, yes, it does reduce the gasoline use, but people rather quickly learn how to make use of whichever fossil fuels you've got there. Generally, the longer chain fuels, the heavier fuels, are the ones that are the more valuable ones because they don't just evaporate away. The ones that are natural gas, you have such a huge cost built into transporting in any place. And that becomes the big problem with them. It's not just transporting, but storing them. You have to build all these big storage places to them. And of course, our big costs are heating, and also to a lesser extent, cooling. And one thing I didn't mention at all is a place like Minnesota is a huge user of heat in the winter. The people kind of like it warm. And, this is a big fossil fuel use today. And historically, people have not had enough fuel to heat their homes. So that's one of the big issues is when you don't have enough fossil fuels.
One last question. How about nuclear?
Nuclear also has to be, I consider it a fossil fuel extender because you have to have the fossil fuels to make all of the pieces that go into this nuclear plant. And one of the issues, as I see it, is that the uranium supply is, we'll say, is low. I mean, I think that's part of the reason things have been going along not very well. Europe has been closing down some of the things they were talking about. Oh, it's a safety issue, but I think it was also the uranium supply. But there's a huge amount of spent fuel, and that has most of the energy supply still in it. If we could figure out how to get that energy supply from the from uranium, from the spent fuel, and use it properly, that would be a great help. And we could get that to work. And if we could get the price of uranium to stay up high enough, long enough, we could extract a whole lot more uranium. So there's a lot more there. It's always an issue of you can't get the price up long enough. for the capitalist system to work.
Thanks.
So in other words, we need socialist nuclear power?
Well, the issue is that the society is not rich enough to allocate resources just for doing that. Electricity is kind of a nice to have at the end. It's a highly complex kind of thing that we have, because you've got to pipe that wherever it goes, just like you do natural gas. I mean, it doesn't just magically appear. And of course, it doesn't store well. So, you know, it's not as easy as you think.
Can I ask one more question? Just, I mean, this is sort of a really general question, but judging by what this woman said here, you know, I mean, do you feel like you're a person who's prescriptive or diagnostic in your
I've been looking at it as a diagnosis of what's going wrong, and looking at, well, what have we tried so far, and is it working, and how well is it working? You know, it's not something that, you know, I've gotten involved. You know, I've written some academic articles. I've been involved in peer review of other academic articles, and I've discovered that what these people are doing is just repeating what other people have said, with some little minor tweak to it, because that's what gets published. And nobody is going to say anything that says anything at all, oh dear, we got a problem here, because nobody wants that in the front page of the paper. Nobody wants that anywhere. And so, you know, they're not going to tell you what the situation really seems to be. And so you know, somebody asked me, they said, I've got a group of legislators I'd like you to talk to. And I said, well, I'm not sure I've got a message that the legislators will want to hear. And they said, oh, well, and then they wrote back and said, well, we decided to have Richard Heinberg. He has some kind of a happy talk. Well, I don't know if he had happy talk, but he had a different version to say.
We good?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Just for people to know, there's still a backyard herbalism and a role of labor and degrowth session that are happening. And just to remind you, if Dale will clean up, maybe come over and join us over at the market. Hey. It's just down in Chicago. That way, back that way. You walk.
Yeah, all I need is a more cheery message to give people.
We do go over there, you better walk. Yeah, it's a fun walk.
So anyhow, this